I'm here. Good morning, everyone. It is Wednesday, and we have some Path of Achra for you today. Decided not to do some War Tales, because I'm still not feeling great. I don't want to cancel again, so we're going to play something that has no stakes. Severin, thank you for coming in and getting the OMG finally, proving you were first in chat. Great and Gnome with the Lurker raid. Welcome on in. You guys are doing well today. For those of you not familiar with this, it's a roguelike game. We're going to push through basically two overworld maps worth of areas with a particular setup. We get to choose a culture, a class, and a religion. Culture up here, class here, religion here. That combination will determine what we are. And then as we go through the game, we can choose powers. There's different categories to choose powers from. We can choose powers from up to 3 different categories. And I believe we can have 7 powers. I think that's right. Then there's prestige classes that you can earn by coming down here and doing certain things. I actually have a run going right now that is right at the very last boss for the Tamasa. So you can see that the Tamasa requires points in lightning and fire skills. When you stand still, if there's enemies, you deal fire damage to yourself. Double the stacks of charge, which is a buff. Apply 5 charge to yourself. Deal 100 fire damage in a path to 2 enemies at any range. Any creature in that path, friendly or not, will get hit and damaged by that. Then repeat with lightning damage. Then remove all non-charge effects from yourself. So my initial idea going into this is I want to stack charge, but I don't want to stack other benefits, because anytime I stand still, I'm going to clear all of them. However, that self-damage equal to stacks of charge on self. You can build up the stacks of positive effects if you do it right, really high. And so when I stand still, dealing a lot of damage to myself could be unsustainable. So I wasn't sure exactly how I was going to go about doing it, but it turned out fairly well what I did. So you can see here that we went, well, let's go ahead and just go on in here. And I have some points that I'm saving up I want to spend on either Electromancy or Herja. Probably Electromancy. So we took Pyrokinesis, so that if we hit something that's adjacent to us, we deal fire damage to all units that are adjacent to us. If we hit something that's not adjacent to us, deal fire damage in a 1-tile area at the target. I've been using ranged attacks for the most part, but occasionally the adjacent hit comes up. When we kill something, deal fire damage to all units in a 2-tile range. And then the damage is 30 times the skill level. In general, I've found with the Pyrokinesis, I usually take them for the other effects, not the amount of damage that they do. I just want them to deal that element rather than to be my primary source of damage. However, this is kind of my primary source of damage. So I could see an argument of at least doubling that base amount. We'll see. Then Electrokinesis. On adjacent hit, deal lightning damage in a straight line starting from your position. On non-adjacent hit, deal lightning damage in a path to the target. On dodge, deal lightning damage in a path to all enemies in a 3-tile range. We did focus a lot on dodging. Well, not a lot. But a decent amount on dodging. Then our healing tech is through fire healing. On hit, we apply Scorch to the target. 2 Scorch per level of the skill. We have it at level 3 right now. On dealing fire damage, you heal yourself. You heal 2 per level of the skill. So we're getting 6 back every time we deal fire damage. And so you can see, like, with something like Pyrokinesis, if we hit an enemy that's surrounded by other enemies, then we're going to get a fire hit on that enemy, and then a fire hit on any enemy that's within 1 tile of them as well. And then if we kill any of them, we'll do additional fire damage to all units in a 2-tile range from there, which causes additional fire hits. So the healing stacks up pretty fast, even though it's a small amount. Then I took Herja, or Herja? I'm not sure which it is. On initial attack, perform a number of extra attacks against the target. So initial attack is basically when you spend your turn attacking, that first attack is the initial attack. Anything after that that's an attack is considered an extra attack. The extra attack's equal to the skill level, so we'll only do 1 right now. It's an expensive skill, 6 points. And the extra attacks use our main hand weapon and do not count as an initial attack. And then when we attack, so this is initial attack or extra attacks, deal lightning damage in a path to the furthest enemy. And again, doing damage in a path means we hit anything in between as well. So since it picks furthest enemy, we have a chance of hitting quite a few enemies along the way. Then Master Charge. Have 2 points in this so far. On hit, apply charge to yourself. Charge applied equals skill level. So every time we hit something, we apply 2 charge. Plus, we get an added benefit to charge, a +1 speed per stack, which is going to help us quite a bit. Lets us go very frequently compared to the enemy as we stack up our charges. Then charge per stack. The effect of charge is for every stack of charge that we have, +5 damage dealt. And 50% is removed on standstill. However, one of the things of Tamasa is charge is no longer reduced on standstill. So we can still gain charge stacks even though we're standing still. That's kind of its whole tech. Electromancy. We have 1 level of this. It's 6 points, so we haven't leveled that up either. Per skill level, +5 speed, -1 inflexibility. Inflexibility is a trait on equipment that can essentially make you less mobile. So since we want to keep our speed high, -1 inflexibility could be useful. Then when we use a prayer from our deity, or if we step, basically move a space on the map, essentially, deal lightning damage in a path to 1 enemy in a 2-tile range. So it picks a single enemy that's within 2 tiles and deals lightning damage in a path. Then it repeats it for every level in the skill that we have. So if we were level 2, we'd get it done twice. Then apply charge to yourself. And it only applies the charge once, since that's after the repeat per skill level. The damage is equal to your speed times your skill level, so you can see that Master Charge helps with that. And the charge applied is equal to the skill level. So every time we level up the skill, we're adding another point of charge every time we trigger electromancy. So every time we pray or use a step action. And we get charges from hits. So when that lightning damage hits, then we get more charges. Pyromancy. We have this at level 3. On prayer or standstill, deal fire damage to all units in a 2-tile range. Damage is 50 times the skill level, so right now it's at 150 damage. On dealing fire damage, apply Scorch to the target, so that applies to the other fire damage we have over here, and we also have Scorch from fire healing. Here's Norse. Oh, okay, so that's going to be a Y sound. Herja. To destroy, wage war. One of the Valkyries. The J reads like a Y. Thank you. I appreciate the lookup on that. Herja. Okay. I didn't know it was one of the Valkyries either. Nice to know. And so whenever we deal fire damage, we apply Scorch to the target, and the Scorch applied is 3 times the skill level, so this actually puts 9 Scorch on every time we deal fire damage. And then this, every time we hit, whether it's fire damage or not, we apply another 6 Scorch. So we're applying a lot of Scorches out there to our enemies. The advantage of that is increase all fire, astral, and lightning damage by the stacks of Scorch on the target times the skill level. So basically every time we hit with fire, we're putting out, 15 Scorch on an enemy? And then we're putting out 6 Scorch every time we hit with anything else. And that's increasing both our fire and our lightning damage by that amount times 3, because we have the skill at 3rd level. And Scorch per stack deals 10 fire damage on gain turn. Repeat per 20 stacks. And if that seems a little confusing, basically, for every stack that they have, when the game turn comes along, they take 10 fire damage. However, for every 20 stacks that they have, it does that again on the game turn. So if they have 40 stacks, they're going to be taking essentially 30 fire damage per stack. But it's all in a bunch of little tiny hits. We don't see that happen as often since we act really frequently. So the game turns come about a bit slower for us. Over the course of our playthrough here, I've brought my strength up to 15 so that I had plenty to cover my encumbrance, again to keep my dodge high and my speed high. Brought my dex up to 19. I'll probably bring it all the way up to 20. This helps our dodge and our block. What my percent to block is without the shield. Only 49, yeah. So it's not high enough to really take our block very high, but it's still pretty good. And then some willpower for bring our willpower to 10. That basically doubles our healing and provides extra damage dealt. And a chance to recover from harmful effects on game turn, though we can always stand still to clear any harmful effects. As long as our charge stacks aren't high enough that it would kill us. We've ended up getting a decent amount of life by sacrificing equipment, so even though our strength is only 15, we have a good chunk of life. We have a 65 baseline speed. Our resistances are okay. Most of my runs, my resistances are just okay. We don't have anything negative, which is nice. An okay amount of dodge. Yeah, actually, there's not much I can do about that dodge. It's an okay amount. Our defenses are not great. We mostly kill things before they get close to us, and we act a lot more frequently than other things. So the boss here may be a bit of an issue. If it can get up on top of us and start hitting us, it may be over for us. I have a fire staff so that our primary hits for any attack are fire damage, which triggers all of our fire-related things. It also has a 5 range on it, so I can attack from range and not have to be as vulnerable. When we stand still, we deal fire damage to 5 enemies at any range. And when we kill, which is our second kill effect, deal fire damage to 1 enemy in a 2-tile range. The damage for both of these is 5 times our willpower. So bringing our willpower up to 10, brought that up a little bit. We have the Sire Shield, which when we block or when we're hit, we apply corrosion equal to our strength to the attacker. And corrosion reduces their block and their armor, and it deals a fire damage to them on being attacked. And all of that is per stack. So we're applying 15 corrosion every time something hits us, or every time we block a hit from something. That's a good amount of defenses just shredded away, and a little bit of extra fire damage that we end up inflicting. Thunder Mask. This gives us +1 stacks of any charge that we apply. So all those places that we apply charge, we get +1 stack to all of those. On kill, apply 1 charge to yourself. So we also get an additional charge there, and that 1 charge gets an additional +1 because of the mask. We have Fire Gloves. When on attack, apply Scorch to the target. So here's another source of Scorch, and the amount is equal to our willpower. So we apply 10 more Scorch when we attack, and we summon a Burning Blade. It's a flying spirit of fire that burns enemies. Total summons limited by your willpower. So we get a minion. The nice thing is I don't have anything that makes my minions immune to my attack damage, so they count as essentially all kinds of extra fire hits and stuff when I start doing fire damage around me. So it's an extra bit of healing, essentially. We're not using them to attack enemies, we're just using them to heal ourselves. Friendly fire? Yes. And they even track that stat at the end of your run, telling you how many allies you killed. Like there's a necromancer tech that's specifically built on killing allies. Like you get bonuses when you kill an ally. Garnet Necklace. This, on dealing fire or lightning damage, which is basically all the damage that we deal, apply 1 Inflame to yourself. Remove Scorch and Freeze from yourself, so we get rid of 2 debuffs automatically whenever we deal any damage, basically. And Inflame is +10 accuracy and +20 hit per stack. 50% removed on being hit. So if we stand still, we're going to lose any of that Inflame, but if we're not standing still, then we stack up a decent amount of Inflame pretty quickly. And then finally we have the Rabble Wrap. This is on dealing lightning damage. 25% of the damage is dealt again as fire. So essentially all of our damage will heal us. Because, well, every hit will heal us. Because we're either dealing lightning or fire damage. Fire damage heals us. And because of this, when we deal lightning, we also deal fire. So we have a lot of stuff built up together. You get to see something right at the end of the game. This is the last fight. This is who we have to kill. Is the King of Many Colors. You can see here he has a lot of block. He has a 5 range. He inflicts death damage, which we only have a 15% resistance against. He has a 25 speed, so he doesn't act really quickly. And you can click on him and see what all his abilities do. So on entrance, so basically when the map loads, summon 3 arbiters. And then on game turn, summon a demon at a random tile. So he's a summoner. He's going to have more and more friendlies on the board for him. Impact. On attack, deal damage to the target. So when he attacks, whether he hits or not, he's also going to deal damage. And the damage is equal to the attack type. 10% of this unit's hit. So whatever his current hit is, which is basically his damage for his normal attacks, he's going to deal 10% of it whether he hits or not. Cruel Feast. On ally death, heal 10% life, plus 100 max life, plus 50 hit. So here's already where you see some stacking for him. He summons an ally every turn. If we kill that ally every turn, he's going to heal 10% of his life, gain 100 max life, and he's going to stack up hit, which makes impact more dangerous. Basically, he's gaining 5 damage every turn on impact if we're killing his ally that he summons every turn. And regardless, he's going to start with a bunch of friendlies on the board, and as we kill those, he's going to gain more and more strength. Cursed Breath. On attack, so this is another thing that triggers just whenever he attacks. Deal death damage to all enemies in a 3-tile range. And so that could kill his own allies, and in that case, he still gets the benefit of Cruel Feast, whether he's the one that kills the ally or we do. And the damage is equal to 10% of this unit's hit. So again, that's something that goes up as Cruel Feast keeps triggering. Then Doomskin. On being attacked, apply 3 Doom to the attacker. Doom per stack, deal 5 damage, dealt 5 death damage on being attacked. So the way Doom works is he's gonna, every time we attack him, it's gonna stack Doom up on us, and 3 Doom every time we trigger an attack. And every point of Doom is an extra 5 damage we take whenever we get attacked. So that also so that's another set of damage that he doesn't have to hit to do, he just attacks. And then finally, area attack. On initial attack, this unit performs an extra attack against all other enemies in range. We got to remember he has a 5 range. So when he attacks anything, all enemies within 5 range get attacked as well, with an extra attack. And that includes the initial target as well. So on his turn, he gets to attack us twice, which means he's going to trigger Impact twice, he's going to trigger Cursed Breath twice, and he's going to, he's going to trigger Impact and Cursed Breath twice every time he attacks us. So that's good that we have a lot more speed than him, because we need to limit how frequently he can attack us. And you can see, because of the cycle, he has bonuses to life, speed, accuracy, and damage. All those are going to be super bad. He does 1,800 damage a hit, mitigated by my defenses, which are not amazing. So he could technically one-shot us if our defenses fail catastrophically. Especially with those bonus damages that come along with it. One of the things the game does is these are your prayers up here. If you have a fully charged prayer and you would die, it randomly chooses between all of your fully charged prayers, empties all of the charges out of it, and restores you to 25% of your health. It's a divine intervention. Hey, Tricady, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Just woke up from a nap just in time. Yeah. This was a run I had already going, and we're right at the very last stage. To be a little pestilaying. So mean. So mean. You can see here our prayers. The first one uses all charges, heals us 200 per charge used, removes all scorch from ourselves, and we gain 1 additional charge when we enter a new area. The second prayer deals 200 fire and lightning damage in a path to 5 enemies in a 4-tile range. We repeat for each charge and gain a charge when we enter a new area. So that's a lot of damage that we can go out for our supported damage types. It's weird that it says repeat for each of each charge of this. Right. So as long as we're not using this will go 3 times. No, 4 times, because it's going to deal the damage and then repeat 3 times, yeah. And then the third prayer uses all charges. Deal fire and lightning damage to adjacent units. Damage is equal to 100% of the main hand hit. Repeat for each charge of our first prayer. And we get +1 charge when we attack a unit. So this one could be useful to burn through if we get surrounded. Because that's a lot of hits that we'll send out. So Lang, starting to think of his evil plans. We're saving the world here. Or at least trying. Oh, I also didn't show you. Our starting culture is Divine Strike. On attack, apply 2 charge to yourself. Deal 50 lightning damage to one enemy at any range. So this is more charge tech with attacking. And some more lightning damage going out. And then we have our class, Nartaka. On step or on hit, deal lightning damage to one enemy in a 4-tile range. The damage equal to our dex times our willpower. So 190 damage of lightning to one enemy in a 4-tile range. It's not much, but it's a handy little boost when we step. And then the final one is... where is it? Oh, right there. Our religion is Hadad's Blessing. On attack, per fully charged prayer, so in general it's always going to be 3. Deal 30 lightning damage in a path to one enemy in a 4-tile range. Repeat with fire damage, and then apply 2 charge to yourself. So you can see that all of this kind of goes together. And those are our starting bonuses. The Hadad's Blessing, the Nartaka, and Divine Strike. So you can see from that, we already had a decent amount of lightning and fire damage and charge accumulation. So we're going to go into the final map. Well, the final area consists of multiple maps. Okay. So the way I do this is initially I stand still until I get to about 200 charges. Then my healing can't keep up with about 200 charges worth of damage. So we stand still, and you can see we just healed ourselves up. We did some damage to our enemies, and if we mouse over them, you can see we have 18 Scorch on this already, and 9 Scorch on this one already. And we've already stacked up 6 charge on ourselves and 11 Inflame, though every time we stand still, the Inflame is going to be cleared. And so we do it again. Okay, we're still good. We're going to go ahead and go again. Okay, and you can see when this green bar above their health bar hits the end, that means that they get to take a turn. My green bar is below my experience bar here, so it's the darker bar. That shows our progress towards the next turn. Alright, and so we stand still again. And that kills the one that came up next to us. And killed another one up there too. And stand still again. So now we're at 271 charges. We don't really want to do any more standstill. You can see we're down to 92% of our life. We've got 45 Scorch on this thing. And we've already done a bit of damage to it. So we're going to go ahead and attack once. And blam, kill it right away. We're going to boost our dex again. And there we go. And you can see with all of that charge there, so we get 5 extra damage per stack. So you got up to 288 stacks pretty quickly there. We've got a little bit of Inflame, but we didn't spend much time not standing still. But you can see our dodge went up just a little bit, but mainly it's our speed. Our speed went up, and part of the thing about speed going up is your hit goes up by 1 point for every point of speed above 100, because 100 speed is the highest that affects your game turn progression, essentially. And you can see like the base hit on our fire staff is 710, but with all our bonuses that we have going, it's doing 2100 damage, almost 2200. That's basically the play for this character. We stand still. And we cleared the map before we even needed to not stand still anymore. Didn't even have to move. Off we go again. Yes, move closer so you're within range of more hits. Okay, what do I want to take more of? I almost want to boost my life a little bit more, but there's not that much of a benefit to it. I think we're going to go with some more willpower. That's a little bit more damage, and now we have our 6 points here. Do I want to put a level into Heria or Electromancy? So Heria will get another attack when we do our initial attack, which is going to mean we have another instance of dealing lightning damage in a path to the furthest enemy. What else is on attack? Okay, nothing else is on attack, but when we attack, if we hit, we do fire damage. So that would trigger pyrokinesis. It would trigger electrokinesis. It would trigger fire healing, both parts of it. It would trigger master charge. Wouldn't trigger electromancy, but it would trigger the second part of pyromancy. Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff that comes from there, but we do have to keep in mind that every time we attack the final boss, he's going to put 3 stacks of death. Is it death? No, it's doom. Yeah, 3 stacks of doom on us. So there's good and bad there. If we take Electromancy up, we get 5 more baseline speed, which is great. And then every time we step, because we don't use prayers that often, so it's going to be every time we step, deal lightning damage in a path to 1 enemy in a 2-tile range. So it requires someone to be close. I don't think I need to put a point into either of these. Yeah, I don't think I need to level either of these. I think their baseline effects are going to be fine. Especially with the things that the final boss has. If the final boss didn't have a every time he's attacked, do this kind of thing, Heria would be good to go. But I think instead... Yeah, I think I'm going to put a level into fire healing and a level into pyromancy. That's, for both of them, it's going to level up, it's going to add more scorches, and it's pyromancy is going to increase the damage that we deal just overall, and then the level in fire healing is also going to give us a little bit more healing. Not a lot, considering it's already 3 levels, but I think it's worth it. So we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. Alright. No, hopefully that works out. Alright, so we've gotten up to 245 stacks, so let's start moving. Only ever saw one enemy. And we're just getting damage from step. And that's all we needed. Okay, let's get some more will. And the King of Many Colors appears. Alright, we do have 2 points we could spend. Do we want to pump that into fire healing? Or hope that we can get a level during the fight? I think we're going to pump that into fire healing. I could have gotten Master Charge up, but no, let's go fire healing. I think we're going to need it here. Alright, so initially we are standing still. Okay, I think we just dodged these guys' attacks. Is that what happened? Yep, we dodged that one. Got lucky there. And we dodged that one. Yeah. Perfect. And so because we dodged, we triggered... What was it that triggers on dodge? Is it the necklace? No. It's one of our abilities. Oh yeah, electrokinesis. Deal lightning damage in a path to all enemies in a 3-tile range. Hey Kalish, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. This is Path of Achra. It's a roguelike kind of character building thing. Build up your powers and your gear. You choose a prestige class and hope you can beat the King of Many Colors, which is right here. And he's still sitting at 1850 hit because we haven't killed anything yet. But you can see he has a lot of allies on the board right now. He's definitely going to get a boost to his damage. You can also see that we've already applied 24 Scorch to him. So we are going to do a little bit of extra damage to him. Alright, we're going to stand still again. We've already killed a few enemies. Okay. Stand still again. And that's about all the stand still we can do. Let's go ahead and step. So, there's some guys on the board that teleport when you step. It's these guys right here. They have, I believe it's this ability. Yeah, Seeker. On player step, teleport to player, perform an extra attack against the player, and apply stasis to this unit. Stasis prevents teleportation for 5 turns. So if you are a ranged attacker that normally needs to stay away from your enemies, they can be really dangerous. You can see they actually took 15% of our health. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and attack the king. So you can see that's already put 4 stacks of doom on us. But we have 200 Scorch on him now. So if we look at the very last time we hit him... so we burned him for 3,755. Rabble Wraps do 623, and they were what triggered the burn. Pyromancy added 704. Then our charge stacks added 1,680. And then our willpower added another 748. So you can see why we're raising the willpower. It helps out with stuff like that. But yeah, so we took a 623 damage attack and turned it into a almost 3,800 damage attack. That's why you want to stack this stuff up quite a bit. And you can see it's going to be his turn again soon. So hopefully, we're going to kill the Burning Blade on our turn. So we'll just attack and hope for the best. We did not kill him on our turn. Oh, and we get another turn before he goes. Yay, high speed. What's our speed at right now? 446. We have a 335-21 hit. You can see coming down to the last hit that we did 5,036 with the Rabble Wraps this time. Because we're getting more damage from our charges. And if we look at Pyromancy, you can see that as those stacks of Scorch on him go up, we do more and more damage. And he's up to 364. So here we go for this next attack. Hopefully we kill him before he gets to kill us. Or hopefully we kill him before he gets to attack, because there's a good chance he one-shots us. There we go. Got him. Sure, we'll just level up willpower. Why not? And again. And again. And you can see that was a clear. Easy. This is actually one of the better builds I've played. This came together really nicely. Yeah, we'll level up Pyromancy again. Why not? And that is the Tomasa finished. Victory, praise Hadad. Got 82 glory. And it gives you a summary of what your character was set up like. Any feats that you accomplished. We accomplished victory, and we finished with the Tomasa. It shows you all the enemies that you defeated, and then you can mouse over this for your stats. You can see 55 game turns passed, performed 165 attacks, stood still 136 times, prayed 3 times. In the beginning, I was praying to keep my life up. Did 1,442,395 damage. Highest damage was 10,843. I'm guessing that was the last hit against the king. I forgot to look at the log before we left. Took 5,556 total damage. Received 5,556 total healing, and we came out with full life. Highest applied effect was 446 Scorch. Ooh. Killed 580 enemies, summoned 68 allies, killed 64 allies. 4 allies. But there we go. And then we return. Sends in the army, yep. Alright. So we're going to look at the powers here, and that was the Tomasa. I'm just kind of going down the line and trying to get each of these. So the Exaltite requires 25 points between fire and blood. Ooh, this is going to be an interesting one. Because fire and blood both have healing available in their skill setup. So, and there's some synergy as well. Thank you for the hydrate, Kalish. I appreciate it. I probably needed that. All right. So, yeah. So fire and blood both have some healing tech in them, and blood also has some fire tech in it, which is kind of neat. Oh, What law did I violate, Kalish? What happened? Completing the prestige board, Pilgrim? Yeah, I'm trying to. I don't have a lot of it done, but we're working through it. I'm still very new to the game. Welcome on in, Crassatador? Yeah, there we go. Hope I parsed that right. Feel free to correct me. The blood law. No using blood magic. We're gonna do some blood bending. Sorry. So the effects for the Exaltite on dealing damage to an ally apply to inflame to yourself. Okay. Pay with your blood? Okay. Friendly fire build. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So we're going to want to be generating allies on a fairly regular basis so that we can get those in flames. We also want to stack in flames where we can. Or get bonuses because we have inflame. On game turn, we're on prayer. And one of the things to keep in mind with on game turn is there are a set of boots that you can grab, hopefully if we want them pretty early in, that make it so that when you stand still, you do all of your game turn effects. You lose out on any other boots that might be there, but that is an option. Looking at your gameplay reminds me that you should maybe read the tooltips of this game and not mash auto move. I learned the hard way that that's a bad idea. Many failed runs. I'm like, okay, I don't want to waste my time getting a run like halfway through and then dying. You like RPGs? Yeah, I like RPGs. So on game turn or prayer, if enemies live, apply 2 inflame to yourself, deal blood and fire damage to all units in a 3-tile range. The damage is equal to 10 times the stacks of inflame on yourself. So yeah, we definitely want to stack as much inflame as possible. And we want effects that trigger on dealing blood damage and fire damage. 50% removed on being hit. Oof. There is an item that removes that, I believe. But yeah, inflame is accuracy, 10 accuracy and 20 hit per stack, but half of it is removed when you're hit. I believe there is I want to say it's either a body armor or a set of gloves, I think, that prevent that. Actually, we can see. The nice thing is the game makes it easy for you to plan once you've encountered all the items. The search is really good. We can go Inflame. What all affects Inflame? This shield on blocker being hit. We were using that last time. This gain block per stack of Inflame. So if we want to use a spear, then we can gain block in addition to everything else Inflame gives us. This torch, on dealing fire damage, apply Inflame. This sword, if you're two-handing on attack, apply 10 Inflame, deal fire damage to all units in a 4-tile range. That's pretty good. On hit, apply 5 Inflame to yourself. Inflame is no longer removed on being hit. Gold plating. It does introduce 2 inflexibility. So we would need a way to remove that inflexibility or know that we're going to be acting slowly and not have much in the way of dodge. Keyword-based search, the dev is awesome. Yeah, and it's not just like, oh, I have to search for Inflame. I could search for is no longer removed, and it would show me everything with that string of text, which is great. It even searches descriptions when you're on the page with the religions. It will search like the prayers. If you're doing physical damage and you search for slash, it will turn up a result for physical damage because slashing is physical damage. Heavy armor, no dodge. Yes. Yeah. So we're going to be looking for gold plating for this build. That's something we definitely want to keep an eye out for. Better have a search engine with this many options? Yeah. Let's see here. The Agni Helm, on being attacked, apply Inflame to yourself, deal fire damage to yourself. So there's a number of items that are deal damage to yourself, and then on prayer heal yourself. And the prayer damage and the healing damage is usually pretty close to being even. For about 10 instances. And you can see here the self-damage and the number of inflames is equal to your willpower. And then when you pray, you heal 10 times your willpower. That seems to be the pretty typical setup for the items that are like that. It's like take damage, and then you can heal about 10 instances of that damage on a prayer. Golden Helm, on being healed, apply to Inflame. And you saw before that we can get healing through our fire tech, and we can get healing through our blood tech. So we can get a decent amount of Inflame stacked up if we get the Golden Helm. That's probably going to be the goal. Unless the Mask of Frenzy, that's initial attack. We're probably not going to be doing a lot of our own attacks on this, like direct attacking on this one. Living on a Prayer plays in the distance. Yeah. Also on attack, apply Inflame, deal fire damage to yourself and the target, and this one has no recovery on the fire damage, so yeah, still probably looking at the Golden Helm. So gold plating, Golden Helm. The Aramanica is basically a gold arm. I think I see a pattern here. And then the Golden Greaves. On step, apply Inflame. Inflame applied equal to your strength. Vibes of this game are something else. Yeah, they did a great job on the feel of this. Okay, so we have a general idea of the things we're looking for. We're probably going to do Golden Spear. And maybe even... probably Golden Spear and the Skiag. So we're going to do one-handed weapon and with a... one range and a shield, and then go lots of heavy armor that's going to stack a ton of inflexibility. Yeah, that's the only thing that's not heavy is the Golden Helm, and even then it has a huge amount of encumbrance. So we're probably going to stack strength because of that. Yeah, probably strength. Because nothing else needs a particular stat. Alright. Yeah. I think I see a path here. So looking at our powers... Well, finish looking at this. So it's... dealing damage to an ally. We get Inflame. On game turn, or on prayer, if there's enemies, we Inflame, deal blood and fire damage in a 3-tile range. So we're going to want a fairly constant generation of allies. Which means we're probably going with Gorchant. Yeah, we're probably going to go with Gorchant, because it's one of the ones that can summon things outside of just on entrance. Means we probably want to use a Blood Familiar as well. Yeah. We're going to want to use Royal. Yeah, it's a little more self-damage, but we also get some healing. Blood for the blood god, indeed. Yeah, we have a lot of options. So we want hemokinesis, so that we're hitting... when we hit, we apply bleeds, I think. Well, let's look, before we choose our powers, let's look out here. So I think oh yeah, I chose charge for my stuff. So let's look at inflame. It has some inflame bonuses. Oh, this is one of the empty armor slot guys. So if we chose him, we'd have to know that we're going to have low resistances because we are going to be using armor. On adjacent attack, apply inflame to yourself equal to your strength. Okay, so that's not too bad. No golden armor on Ape. You could, you're just going to be suffering a lot of extra damage because of lowered resists. That's the only thing it really has with armor, is you get more resists with empty armor slots, less resist if you're using armor. But if that inflame applies more bonus than that penalty, could be good. And if we're stacking our strength up to 30 or 40, that could be pretty good. And that's the only culture that has any inflame on it. For classes, there's the Warlock. +2 stacks of any inflame applied by you. It's pretty tempting. On prayer or ally death, and we're probably going to be killing allies fairly often with this, apply 3 inflame to yourself, deal 100 fire damage to the closest enemy. Okay, not bad. Especially if we can generate a lot of allies, that could stack up pretty fast. Reaver, per 1% missing life, plus 1% hit total. On Shrug Off, which is basically if you block or your armor is high enough to ignore an attack, then that's a Shrug Off. So on Shrug Off, basically when we get hit and ignore it, or on initial attack, if two-handing per empty armor slot. Okay, that's not something we're doing. We're not going to be two-handing. We're not going to have empty armor slots. But you can see that there's some really nice inflame tech between the Ape and the Reaver. If you have 5 empty armor slots, go in two-handing, you're looking at 25% to all resists, and you're looking at 5 extra attacks. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Wait, am I thinking that right? Helmet, hands, body, feet. No, only 4. So 20% resists and 4 extra attacks. Still pretty good. Is the Reaver highlighted by the inflame keyword? Yes. It is highlighted by inflame, and I'm wondering why now. I bet the green crown that he, or the axe that he starts with, has inflame on it. That would be the reason why. So some of his starting gear probably starts with inflame. I don't think we can see that like this. No, but we can search. Just starts with an axe, so probably not that. Oh, they don't have starting gear in here. I never realized that. Well, that's a little unfortunate that you can't mouse over the starting gear and see what it is. Then we have the Secutor. On game turn, if enemies live, apply a random martial effect to yourself. Martial effects include Poise, Evasion, Anoint, and Inflame. Okay. So on game turn, we'd have a chance of gaining Inflame, but we could get some other stuff as well. Heal yourself for an amount equal to your highest effect stacks. So This would give us more healing, just because we know we're going to have a lot of Inflame on us. Even if we have other effects that this gives us, this would give us some nice healing tech. So if we think we need more healing, this would be helpful. However, between the healing from both blood and fire damage, I don't think it's going to be that much of a big deal. Yeah, I think the Warlock is definitely the way to go there. And then there are no religions that deal with Inflame. All right. Let's take a look through here. Let's look at blood. So we have Humbaba. Oh, he gives Blood Rage, which is not bad for healing tech, because Blood Rage is heal 5 on hit, and we could definitely get a lot of hits going out there. Ally-based religion, yeah. It's another one I was thinking of. Maybe even the ants. The ants might be really good for this. Oh, in fact, we are probably going to need to boost willpower a decent amount if we want a good amount of allies on the board. So we're not going to be able to boost purely strength. Then this guy, on ally attack, ally being attacked, the ally deals blood damage to itself equal to 100% of its max life. Ooh, okay. So this would get us ally kills. Okay, it's inflicting the damage itself. So Achra isn't going to count for us. I guess Prismus would make it so we don't need the summon limit. Some wild religions in there? Oh yeah, there are. There's some crazy stuff. Erish is crazy good if you're going death damage. We could take advantage of Erish and actually get some additional healing in as well. Maybe. Yeah, Foremost could be really good. On game turn, entrance, summon a random ant familiar. That's probably good. Lost runs by filling the board with allies and not being able to move. Oh, you can move when there's allies on the board. If you move towards an ally, you just swap places with it. But I believe auto move will not do that. Though I'm not certain. I haven't really tried. Yeah, I tend not to do the auto very often. Let's look for... Oh, right, that lets us build strength, but we also take astral damage on a regular basis. And it's a huge amount of astral damage. This applies Plague. What do you got? Chance to block, and on ally death, deal death damage. Oh, right, I used this on my Necromancer setup, which was pretty good. Divine Intervention, perform 3 times. I'm really thinking Foremost might be the way to go. How do we recover charges? New area. When an adjacent ally is damaged by an enemy, which is not going to happen too often. And when an ant kills a unit, which is also not going to happen too often. Okay, Let's look for summon. Alright, you... On picking up armor with 2 or more encumbrance, transform it into gilded armor, +1 inflexibility, plus 100 armor. You know, we're not really caring about how much inflexibility we have. Maybe Dumuzi is the way to go. On entrance, summon a gilded dead familiar for each known prayer. They inherit your armor and block. Ooh. What are your prayers? 3 charges. Heal and remove all corrosion and doom from yourself. That's very nice. Heal is equal to your armor. Okay, we are going to be stacking up a good chunk of armor. +1 charge when you summon a gilded dead. Okay, so basically every time we enter an area, right? Yeah, on entrance. Then the second one is 6 max charges. Deal death damage to all enemies in a 2-tile range. Damage equal to your armor. Charge when you summon a gilded dead. Deal fire damage to the closest enemy. Damage is equal to 2 times your armor. +1 charge when you summon a gilded dead. So these all essentially get +1 charge on entrance. And do damage based on your armor. So they don't charge very fast. We get 1 ally out of it. This would be a lot of good defense. +100 armor per piece of armor is amazingly good. And the extra armor on the gloves would give us more block, which is nice. Summon a phantasm at a random tile. Materialize dream forms that freeze enemies. Okay. This reduces their dodge and their speed. Deal ice and psychic damage. Yeah, probably not the tech we're looking for. Ninhers is entangles. Oh, Ninhers is really neat if you're doing life. Erish might be the way to go, even though it's death damage. Oros, on picking up armor, transform it into a vestige. Inflexibility set to 0, encumbrance set to 1, plus 10% astral resist. Ooh. That would actually make it so that we don't even need to worry about the heavy armor being slowing us down. Picking up a weapon, transform it into a shimmering orb. Counts as bare fist, encumbrance set to 1, range set to 2, damage type set to astral. That's not great. That's going to change our baseline damage type, and we don't want that. Although, that spear, was it even fire damage? No, it's not even fire damage. That would actually give us range. We'd still get the block. Okay. Alright, Oros might be the way to go. 1 max charge, heal yourself to full life, +1 charge when you transform an item. Okay, so we transform anything we pick up. So we would get a transform at the end of each area. Yeah, because the last map in each area has the items that you're going to earn. Alright. So it's a full heal once per area. Although in the last area, if there's multiple items to pick up, you could head for one, pick it up, expend that charge again, pick another one up, expend that charge. Okay. Useful everywhere except on the map with the King of Many Colors. Well, every last map. The second prayer, 10 max charges. Summon 3 tentacles at random tiles. +1 charge when you attack with a bare fist. And all of our weapons would count as bare fists. Okay. So that would actually mean every turn that we take, if we attack, we're summoning. And they inherit your main hand hit. Oh, that's pretty nasty. Especially, yeah, okay. And then the third prayer is summon 6 tentacles at random tiles, and +1 charge when an adjacent enemy dies. If we have range on that, on our weapons, it's not going to happen as often, and it's 1 max charge. So, okay. That could be a good one for us, even though, yeah, that might be the way to go. What was the other one that was... This is deal fire damage to yourself. On Divine Intervention, gain a willpower. Oh, right. This is one where you basically want to kill yourself, either from enemies killing you or through dealing fire damage at least once per area. So you keep getting willpower. Huh. Interesting. But probably not what we want to do. Prayer does all standstills. So let's look at fire. Corrosion does fire. So on prayer, perform all standstills. Get 2 charges when you enter a new area, 2 charges when you enter a new area, 3 charges when you enter a new area. And this one adds a charge. Oh, interesting. So these are really set to use somewhat frequently. It's not like a on attack or on damage charge, but still pretty frequently. This... When you step, if not adjacent. When you enter a new area. When you step, if not adjacent. So this is... Okay, right. Anranya is a step summoning kind of setup. Not a standstill, not an attack. Yeah, I think Oros is actually going to be the way to go. So we're going to summon tentacles that inherit our main hand attack, or main hand hit. All right. So we know our religion, we know our class. Now we need to figure out what culture we want to use. And we know we're not getting inflexibility anymore, so that's handy. And we're stacking up a ton of armor. Oh, no. We're not going to have encumbrance, and we're not going to have inflexibility. The stacking up armor would have been this one. So maybe something that can do armor. Well, let's go first. Blood. Oh yeah, this is the Morlock. We're not going to have empty armor slots. Otherwise, it would be a nice source of familiars that would be damaging ourselves as well. Okay, that's the only one for blood. Fire is the Volkite. Per point of encumbrance, +5 armor, but we are getting rid of the encumbrance on our armor, so that's no good. Oh, you know what? This would actually make it so that we don't need very much strength. We could lean a little bit into strength for the benefit from that one piece of armor, But that's the only thing that requires strength, and we could just go all willpower, which is more damage, more familiars, or not, yeah, more summoned allies. Yeah, okay. Maybe. Let's go bleed, maybe? What do you have? On being dealt damage, apply doom. On attack, heal yourself. Heal equals target's doom, sickness, bleed, and plague stacks. Okay, we'd only be putting bleed up. Let's go. So no Scorch. There wasn't an Inflame one up there either. Alright, let's just look through things then. The Imp has -2 inflexibility, which we don't really need. On dealing damage, change it to a random type. Yeah, we definitely don't want that. Picking up a slashing, we don't want double transforms, probably. Accuracy limited 20 on being dealt damage, deal psychic. Oh, right. Fire damage. Oh, just the one guy. Being hit by an adjacent enemy. Damage equals, yeah, that's totally an encumbrance thing. Maybe we will go with Ape. Oh, our resist would be so bad, though. Oh, and that would be a strength thing as well. So probably not. Per point of dex, +1 summon limit. Interesting. We would be able to have decent dex. The Goblin. On sacrifice, plus speed, plus max life. Ooh. I remember the Goblin was actually pretty good. Maybe we go Goblin. Maybe. On attack, deal blunt damage to adjacent, equal to half your current life. Good if you're stacking strength. Inflexibility no longer divides your willpower damage bonus, +3 inflexibility. On being attacked, stands to... Oh, okay, this is for ice. On entrance and per game turn, apply 1 protection to yourself. Ooh, protection's really good. On picking up a leg armor, transform it into an ironic gem. Encumbrance set to 1, inflexibility set to 0, which does not conflict with this, other than the astral resist. Also transforms your starting leg armor. Protection on being dealt damage by another unit. Limit it to 1. 20% chance to remove on being attacked or dealt damage. Effect can never have more than 1 stack. Possibly. Per point of inflexibility, which we're not going to have. Skeleton gets a bunch of resists. And then per item and bag, gain armor block equal to your glory. Ooh. And the minus astral resist would be covered by the fact that we get plus 10% astral resist on every piece of armor. Maybe we go skeleton. Skeleton or goblin? We do want a lot of armor, right? Or did we not have a shrug off thing? Was there a shrug off on one of these? No, there was not. Maybe. This is all teleport stuff and empty armor slots. This is the one we were just using. That's death damage. On being dealt damage, apply Doom. On attack, heal yourself. Yeah, probably not. On entrance, grant 1 charge of each known prayer. On prayer, perform a hit against 1 enemy in a 2-tile range. Okay. Charge when you transform. Okay. So that would give us a heal every map. And it would recharge the 3rd prayer for 6 summons every map as well, even if we hadn't had the adjacent ally thing. Tempting. Then every time we pray, yeah, hit. Maybe. On apply blind or freeze, which we're not going to be doing. Hits apply blind. Oh, okay. Increase it by your dex divided by 5. Yeah, we're probably not stacking dex. On step or dodge, apply evasion. We're not going to be doing a standstill tech. So that could actually be useful. Stack up a bunch of dodge even though we're not stacking a lot of dex. Maybe. Berserk for extra attack, but it lowers dodge and block. No thanks. On prayer or game turn, if enemies live, heal yourself 100 plus your dex times 10. Pretty nice also. Especially if you can use prayers fairly frequently. On prayer, increase attune stacks by 20%. Minimum +2, maximum +30. On entrance, apply 5 attune. Apply +5 initial stacks for each fully charged prayer. Okay. On being attacked, apply 1 attune to yourself. Attune is +10 to hit, +20 armor, and 1% damage dealt per stack. Ooh. That's kind of neat. And then this is on entrance, summon a loyal Tugar. On prayer, the Tugar gains hit and heals a percentage of its max life. Yeah, I think... So do we go for the prayer tech? Sacrifice tech. Let's go ahead and try Al-Hajjah. Because we're going to do prayers decently often, it looks like. Especially... Yeah, we gain charges on this one every time we attack with a bare fist. And so every time we pray... Oh, that doesn't count. It's not an attack, it's a hit. Not as good synergy as I was thinking, but still pretty good. Yeah. But it means when we summon... we're still going to get at least a little bit of damage out when we use a prayer. Okay. Let's try this. So we're Al-Hajjah Warlock of Oros. Start with a staff, a jeweled wrap, and a sash. Good luck us! In Achra, O Achra, that vanishes beneath the cyclonic violence of this cosmic shell, walk the rending path, O pilgrim, your steps tribute to Oros. Glorious offering. May your enemies, of monstrous writhing shape, become frothy dismemberment in the rising sea. Verses of Achra, fragment. Okay. Right off the bat, we get a little bit here. We are going to want enough encumbrance negation to handle all of our gear. So we're going to bring our strength up a little bit. And what? So the staff is fire hit. Ooh, nice. And on entrance, summon 3 bleeding dead. I forgot about that. Okay, so this is more summoning tech for us. I may actually hold on to this the whole time. It's only 1 encumbrance. The helmet is just resists and a bit of armor. And the pants are a good chunk of armor. All right. I like it. So really, I only need... picking up a weapon. Yeah, encumbrance set to 1. So... I really only need 3 more points of strength to cover everything. Yeah, so we'll take ourselves to 6, then we'll start dumping stuff into willpower. However, let's look at our abilities. So we want Fire and Blood. We know that we're going to want Gore Chant, but we're going to want some healing before that. If we search Heal, you can see that Royal heals us based on the skill level. It also applies Inflame, which we want, but it does deal damage to ourselves. It only does a fixed 15 damage, though. So if we take it to 3 points, 3 levels, which is 12 points, it's a significant investment. But that would make it so that the heal, without any other bonuses, covers the self-damage at the very least. We have Bloodbath. On dealing blood damage to an adjacent unit, heal yourself. And so that's not an adjacent enemy, it's an adjacent unit. We're probably going to have allies next to us, so if we're dealing blood damage to them, we'll get healing as well. On being dealt physical damage, deal blood damage to adjacent units. So if we get hit by physical damage, then we'll, if there's anything adjacent, we'll heal. So we probably want both of these. Like, go with a bunch of healing tech. The Red Dragon would actually be really good too. Oh, the Red Dragon's going to be amazing for this. We're going to heal it every time we inflame, which we're doing a lot, so we can still do damage to it, and it'll stay on the board a decent amount of time. So we're looking at 1, 2, because we want fire healing, 3, 4. Do we still want Gore Chant? Probably. So that's 5. Do we also want the Blood Familiar? I don't know how long it'll live is the problem. Six. And then we'd have to choose one other thing. I think that would be too many. It's the adjacent enemies. We have a lot of adjacent tech, so we probably, and we're going to have a pretty close weapon. So yeah, we probably want to be adjacent. So we're going to do both chants. So we do both chants. We do, so that's 2, 3, 4, 5. Six, 7. Probably not pyrokinesis. 1, 2, 3. Do we want both of these? Yeah, I think we do. Do we need Bloodbath? Yeah, probably. Although... Oh, this would trigger the physical damage on yourself. Deal blood damage to adjacent units. So many options for this. We definitely want the Fire Familiar, because it's more in flames. So 1, 2, 3. Do we need any more than that? One, two, three. Then over here, we definitely want the Gore Chant. Blood damage. We want Royal for sure. Yes, we do Bloodbath. Then we do Gore Cleave to trigger Bloodbath, do that extra blood damage. Yeah, so we're not going to stack bleeds. Alright. Yeah, so we're going to go Gore Cleave, Gore Chant, Royal, and Bloodbath. And we're going to do Fire Familiar, Fire Healing. Oh. Yeah, and Frenzied Chant. So I think first we grab the Fire Familiar. That's going to be important. Let's also grab the Fire Healing, since fire is our main hand attack damage. And that's going to get us Scorches. I think we'll take Royal as well. Ooh. A lot of incoming damage, though. Oh, I was like, why is that grayed out? Why is that grayed out? Why can't I take that? 4 points available. Let's swap these. There we go. Aha. Bloodbath is 5. But we don't have any blood damage right now. Kind of want these at the same time. So I probably want to build up 7 points and then take both at once. This could be a little risky if we build up a lot of attacks quickly. Like Frenzied Chant would do for us. We're gonna heal for every attack that we do. Let's go ahead and take the Gore Chant on game turn and prayer. Yeah, deal blood damage when we get hit. Oh, actually, that would be a way to go. Ooh, maybe we don't use Gore Cleave. Well, that's only when you're dealt physical damage, yeah. Well, no, when we're dealt any damage, we deal blood damage in a path. And so that would trigger Bloodbath for us. However, we could also trigger Bloodbath on our attacks and help make up for the fact that our attacks would do damage to us. This is going to be really risky early in. Really, really risky. I think we're going to do Gore Chant next. Yeah. Okay. Good luck, us. So... and this is what I'm talking about with the allies. So you can have an ally next to you, and you can move that direction, and you will swap with them. Oh, and it did transform our... oh, our staff was already a range 4. Right, we didn't pick up something. Alright, so we're going to attack that. So let's look at what happened there. We attack. I anticipated their dodge. Hit, we burn, apply scorch, inflame. Dragon attacks. Okay, then I rended myself with the Gore Chant. Rend the Bleeding Dead. Rend the Trembling Vine. So that was all Gore Chant. Okay, so we took 25 from Gore Chant. That's what happened there. And this is, yeah, heal yourself to full life. Charge when you transform an item. But... gain a charge every time we enter an area. Yeah, so we could heal to... we can heal to full every time we change areas. Okay. Right, these are areas. Let's go ahead and we'll just attack there. Alright, we want a little more strength. There we go. And then we can heal to full. Boom. And then move. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, allies can't move past each other, it doesn't look like, for the most part. Another point of strength. Is there anything we want that's at 2 points? Do we want that gore cleave? No, because we don't have the healing yet. You know, with the tech from that prayer, maybe we don't need so much healing. Maybe we lean more into the kinesises? Kinesisize? Blood damage to an adjacent unit. Or on hit. I think Royal is going to be good. We'll ignore Bloodbath. This is blood to adjacent units. This is on hit, apply bleeds. Then on apply bleed, deal blood damage in a path. Yeah. Okay, yeah. We're gonna skip Bloodbath, I think. In favor of more damage. That means if we're not taking Gore Cleave or Bloodbath, then we could also take Pyrokinesis. Since we have healing with pyrokinesis or with fire damage, let's go ahead and grab pyrokinesis now. And there's a bunch of healing. Yep, that worked out really well. And then we heal to full, and off we go. Alright, a little shaky right now. Oof. Taking damage from those vines really sucks. I may have to heal soon. Vine damage is killing me. Let's go ahead and use that heal. Hey, level up. Yeah, I needed to go to 6 strength. There we go. Alright. Okay, we got the Agni Helm. That was one of the fire ones, wasn't it? On being attacked, apply Inflame to yourself, deal fire damage to yourself. Self-damage is equal to your willpower. On prayer, heal yourself 10 times your willpower. Okay, so this would at least give us heals on all of our prayers. I think I'm going to leave our current one on, though. We don't have enough healing tech yet to... And we only have the one prayer that heals us to full anyways. So we'll start wearing this when we get our second prayer, unless we get a better helmet before then. Okay. This would get us the Emerald Gauntlets. Oh, there's the Golden Greaves. On step, apply Inflame. What do we got in here? Astral and Psychic damage. Heal yourself equal to Dex. There's a lot of possibility for dex with this build, interestingly enough. And that's Scorch. Yeah, we're definitely going this way. And we can see here, these guys have one range, those guys have one range, so we don't need to worry about them coming at us from range. On dealing physical damage, apply sickness. It's not too bad. It'll be useful for now. Okay. All right. And so what I should have done during that fight, if we had our blood healing stuff, was moved up to right there. So I was adjacent to those guys. And would have gotten the bonuses from that. For now, that was fine. Okay. Looking all right. Oh, I forgot to heal up. Oops. Okay, yeah, I think we're gonna go willpower now. And this will let us take hemokinesis. Yeah. That means our last ones are gonna be Frenzied Chant at 3 and Royal at 4. Probably Royal first. Yeah, and then Frenzied Chant. Yeah, there we go. Lots of healing. Good amount of damage so far. Okay. That worked out. So, we now have the Golden Greaves without the inflexibility penalty. On step, apply Inflame, equal to our strength. I'll probably bump our strength up to 10, just so we have a nice even amount of Inflame coming from that. We already got 33 there. This is going to make it even better. 15 armor versus 60 armor. Yeah, so those are going to be permanent. We're going to sacrifice this. Give us 20 more health as well. This... No downsides to wearing it, so we aren't dealing any physical armor, but this will at least provide us more block and armor. Yeah, we're going to wait until we get our second prayer for that, which is 4 more glory. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, the tower has the gold plating. That's going to be a big loss of XP. And risky. I don't know if we'll be able to kill Gil Elga this early in. Oh, this one has the fire staff. Fire staff. Well, we're not doing standstill, so it's not as important. The rat banner is kind of useful for this tech, but we don't have the prestige class yet, so not really great for us yet. Alright, well, let's go get the armor we want, because that's going to be huge to not lose Inflame on being hit. Alright, good luck to us. Alright, more willpower. go ahead and heal up. Yeah, being able to full heal at the end of each area is really nice. More willpower. Okay, and we ended that full health. Not bad. Got to 47 in flame now. We weren't stepping too much. Okay, that worked. Short area. Another short area. Willpower. Hey Marvel Man, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Okay, marked that guy. There we go. Full health still. Okay, how you going? A little better than I was earlier today. Still got a migraine, but I'm way better than I was yesterday. Yesterday was pretty bad. Playing this because I wanted to... I was considering canceling, but this is kind of a no-stakes game since it's a roguelike. If I lose, I start over. If I win, I start over. So it doesn't really matter. So we can have some fun with it and not really worry about messing up. Glad you're better. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Hardly any enemies on these floors, so it's hardly any XP. Gil Elga raises its scythe. A god of blood is near. More willpower. And we have 4 points. So do we pick up Royal? Or do we pick up Frenzied Chant? I think we pick up Royal. No, Royal's just going to do more damage to us right now. Like every time we hit. Let's pick up... Oh, we didn't get much in the way of extra attack stuff, did we? Okay, no actual extra attacks. But we did have a decent amount of hits going out. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, let's get more allies on the board. What is our speed? And so that means we need 4 points for Royal. 3 more level ups. Ooh, our speed's only 10. Ugh. Oh, right, because our dex is low. Alright, I'm actually going to stand still a turn. Go. Dragon's just gonna sit there the whole time. Let's do this. And then that. There we go. That lets the dragon move back out there. And we can keep attacking. Come on, dragon, survive Gilelga. Oh, he's adjacent to us. I think we made him teleport away. The Tethic monks teleport, I know that. No, I think we killed him. Excellent. Went down to 65. We ended up with 7 stacks of corrode. Oof. But we live. Yeah, that dragon's being really tanky for us. That's working out really well. Yeah, because he has resistance to blood, 50%, and he has 90% fire resist. So he takes hardly any damage from our stuff, but that's going to be good when we start gaining a bit of benefit from hitting allies. It is from hitting, not killing, right? Yeah, on dealing damage to an ally. Yeah, we're going to get a ton of inflame stacks. Yeah, we already hit 100 stacks there, and that's without that benefit. Alright, I think we're going to be doing pretty good. Okay, we want to look at this gear. Let's see here. On dealing physical damage, apply poise. We're not dealing physical damage, but we don't have a body armor right now, so let's go ahead and wear that. Storm Lance on dealing pierce damage, which this doesn't deal. 50% is dealt again as lightning. Okay, we don't care about that. This is on dealing physical damage, which it deals astral now. Apply entangle. Yeah, so we're not going to be doing any physical damage with that. So, does this get a bonus from... No, it does not get a bonus from being our only weapon. So we might as well... Yeah, let's go ahead and equip this. Yeah, build in offhand. Oh, this is the gold plating, yeah. We're wearing that, and that means we can sacrifice this. It's going to give us 2 armor and 20 max life. Excellent. Why is our block low? Oh, because of the corrode. This staff is not the one we're keeping long term, most likely. Have we gotten our other prayer yet? We have gotten our other prayer. So let's go ahead and wear this helmet now. It's not our helmet long term, though, I don't think. No. And this is a charge when you attack with a bare fist. Okay, yeah, we're going to get a good chunk of charges from this. Though we do need maybe some more speed? Maybe. Would be nice to be able to attack more often. Well, I guess in that case, we could always just boost our strength. Nah, we'd be better off raising our dex. Though strength still does do some stuff for us. Yeah, those inflames. And it means that if we get hit by something that reduces speed, we're always just going to stay at the same speed. Yeah, it's probably more the way to go. Just focus on strength and will. Ignore dex. Alright. Our hits will be a little better now. Yeah, because we're going... Let's see if we put that in our bag. 2850, 1400 accuracy. Yeah, so we lose 30 hit damage on the main hand, but we gain a offhand with even more damage than the main hand. And better accuracy. Look at that. Okay. Not dealing any physical damage, but that's fine. I'm glad it didn't transform our main hand, so we're getting fire as our base attack damage. Yeah. Heal up. And off we go. So what do we got here? On adjacent attack per empty armor slot. Doesn't matter. Ooh, a shield. On block, apply poise. That could be useful, though it's removed on 25% removed on step. Piercing and deal poison. Here, we don't care about the Maruna Sash with this setup. Crystal Rod. We are always going to be dealing astral damage. 25% of the damage dealt again to one enemy at one less range. Know nothing about this, but it looks like a game you'll enjoy watching. Oh, good. Kragrek plays a bunch of it too. He's the one that got me into this game. On being attacked by an adjacent enemy, deal death damage to the attacker equal to your armor. Interesting, but we have better armor right now. Let's go ahead and go here to get a shield. Yeah. Yeah, let's raise our strength up a little bit then. So our speed is currently 10 with a minimum of 6. That brings our minimum to 7. Oh, there's a lot of them. But that means there's a lot of them I can hit as well. Like that. Look at all that inflame we're stacking. And we're not even getting the friendly fire stuff yet. Ooh, that was close. I think we're going to do our full heal now. That got a little risky. It got a little risky, but we're fine. It was really brave going out there in the middle of all those guys with all of our familiars stuck behind us. Another close one. We'll heal. And yeah, we'll take some more strength. Since we're very obviously needing more life. Well, nice. Okay, and we need one more level up, and we can get our last ability. Still more of them that way? There's a lot of them on that floor. In this area. Okay. Alright, we maxed out Tethra Mira. Let's summon. Yeah, there we go. Nice. So, new gear. The shield. Yeah, I think we're gonna want the shield. rather than the extra damage. Still a decent amount of damage. It's just not going to be 3,700 like that. Wheel and offhand. Oh, it's still 3,500. And we had 172 in flame. Crazy. For empty armor. Yeah, okay. We're saving all these weapons for when we... what's it called? When we get the weapon that we want. Well, we're fully decked out in our religion's armor. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And we'll heal. Okay. This is the Azar Axe. We wouldn't be dealing slash damage, so we wouldn't get the fire damage. Noxious Dagger. Bracers of Command we're not going to use. Because we're not going to be standing still, mostly. Psychic damage, no. On attack, deal fire damage to yourself, apply Meditate, but that's removed. Half of it's removed on step. And the healing is equal to Dex times 10, so yeah, no good. We're using chest armor, so the Lizard Visage isn't any good. Damage hit against one enemy in a 2-tile range. Repeat for each bare fist. Does that shield actually count as a bare fist now? It does. Okay. Eventually, both are going to be counting as a bare fist when we find our other weapon. On attack, stand still. 10 damage hit against one enemy in a 2-tile range. Repeat for each bare fist. That would give us a lot of extra hits. Hit bypasses all defenses, uses your main hand damage type. Okay. And every time we hit, we deal fire damage, and we apply bleeds. And when we apply bleeds, we deal blood damage. Okay. Yeah, that's actually... That might be better than the other gloves we were looking at. Then this ice damage adds psychic. This is the corrosion helm or body piece. Lightning damage adds fire. Oh, here's the spear. Oh, and of course it's in. Oh. Oh no. It's in the forbidden place. 10 block per stack of Inflame. And on attack, apply Inflame. Alright, well, this is going to make or break it. Let's see if we can beat a Violet Demon, 4 levels in? Ugh. We've got 50% Astral Resist, which is good. Alright. Let's go for it. Oh, they killed the dragon already. Let's keep focusing on that one. Let's go with a little more life. Royal's going to be a net loss of healing. It is going to be more Inflame, which is more damage, but right now we're taking a lot of hits. So I think I'm going to wait to take that. Oh, you know what? I can... Well, I gotta wait one more turn for these things to explode. I don't want to be standing on one of them when they go off. Okay, 57% life. We should be fine. Ooh. All right, we full heal. Oh no, all these are going off soon. What? How did these end up on a different, or on the same cycle? Oh, this is gonna suck. Alright, let's move. Nope, we did. I knew that was gonna be risky. I think this build's gonna work. It just sucked that the weapon we really wanted was in here. Alright, we try again. O struggler of rising heat, seeker of the gore cloud, thy death passes to legend on the glimmering path. Yeah. Allies actually killed a decent amount of enemies for us there. Call that a win? Hey Pat, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Oh, so you're on the bad guy's side. You're trying to drown the world. Oh, because if the world is covering an ocean, then the whole world can be navigated by pirate ships. I see what you're after. You're going for dark waters. All right. Yeah, we're going to try with the same setup. I don't think the setup was flawed. I think we just, we definitely were not ready for that fight. 5 seconds and you just decoded your plan. Dang it. Strategy gamer. I know strategy, even pirate strategy. The waters come, O Achra, a rippling silver hand. O pilgrim, O disciple of Horus. No combat fumbled, no glory avoided. The original blessing is lost. 3 towers thorn the earth. The path between a coiling language for pulsating stars. Verses of Achra, fragment. The ocean rises. Alright, we wanted strength initially. And we need fire healing. And we need our fire familiar. And I may just take pyrokinesis right off the bat as well. Yeah, let's take pyrokinesis right off the bat. I may even avoid taking the chance initially. And royal until I buff these up a little bit. I'll take hemokinesis just for the extra damage. But I think I'm going to wait for the 2 chance and for royal until I've buffed up my fire healing some. Yeah, so we're going to go hemokinesis as well. There we go. Because that extra damage was definitely hurting us. Okay, strength again. Okay, strength again. And let's buff fire healing again. Fire familiar seemed to be okay. We don't need to bump pyrokinesis because that's just the damage that it does. Same with hemokinesis. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna bump fire healing quite a bit. Oh, I forgot to heal in that last one. Uh-oh. Alright, what do we get? Ruddy Fist. Not super lucky this time. On attack with Bare Fist, heal yourself equal to your dex. Well, that's only 1 point right now. Maybe we do level dex instead of strength. We don't get much benefit from it, and that's not something we're using long term anyways. So yeah, we're just gonna get a point of healing every time we attack. Is that Trisha? Wow! We are disciples of Oros. We follow the will of Oros religion. Every time we pick up armor, we transform it into a vestige. And every time we pick up a weapon, we transform it into a shimmering orb. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Also, our prayers heal us to full life, summon 3 tentacles, and summon 6 tentacles. Pay no attention. Alright, what do we got here? Poison into blood, but we're not doing poison damage. On attack, deal slash, apply entangle. Maybe. On being attacked by adjacent, deal death. On attack, if total weapon size is less than 5, ignore the target's armor and block. On hit, deal astral damage to all enemies in a 2-tile range. Only laugh when it's 10 tickles. That Marvel Man guy. Alright, so that's a 1 weapon size. What is our current staff weapon size? 5. Okay, so that won't do us any good. We would need a weapon that's 4 or less weapon size to go along with the knife. Let's see here. Sire Shield is not bad. It's a good shield. Emerald Curious. Give us summoning when we shrug off. Slash damage, deal blunt. This applies extra stacks of doom. Okay. Really tempting to go into the forest. Although, there's Azarus. On dealing fire damage, apply Inflame to yourself. Think we're gonna have to take that. Unfortunately, it's going to lose the fire hit. It's going to become astral. But we still deal fire damage in other fashions. That's going to stack up our Inflame really fast. Oh, man. These would have been nice to have. But ultimately, we would be replacing them with other things. Alright, get 1 item out of this. Hopefully we get some good XP. Did we just miss? He dodged. Accuracy roll of 23. Dodge roll of 36. What's his dodge? Can we see? No, I can't see what it... yeah, we can. His dodge is 50, and our accuracy is 126. We just rolled poorly. There we go, much better. One more strength. Now we can carry all of our gear. Let's go this way first. Yep, there were guys down there. All right, that worked out really well. We're getting there. Yeah, let's go willpower. Do we want to grab more healing? I think we do. So that'll bring it up to 6 healing on dealing fire damage. 9 once we get to 10 willpower. Okay. Yeah, I think that will work. We'll get to 10 will. And around the same time we're 10 will, we can pick up Royal. Yeah, okay. I think that's going to be alright. Pick up Royal. We'll pick up Gore Chant. We'll pick up Frenzied Chant. Just let my allies take care of it. Why not? That is a slow path. Poor little skeleton. Hey, dragon took care of it, though. Okay, there it is. I guess we put that in the offhand. So now, when we deal fire damage, we get Inflame applied. We deal fire damage with our attack for right now. Eventually we won't, though. We deal fire damage with Scorch. We deal fire damage to either adjacent units or in one tile area around the target. And we deal fire damage on kill. Okay. Yeah, so all hits are going to deal adjacent fire damage of some sort. And kills are going to deal fire damage nearby. And so that's lots of opportunities for extra Inflame. This is made on an Atari 2600. No, it's just a pixel graphics game. Ice gloves. That's empty armor. On being attacked, deal psychic damage equal to your dodge. Probably not great. Speed. Speed for summon allies. Stand still, allies gain speed. On step or attack, deal blunt damage equal to total encumbrance. Our total encumbrance is going to be really low. The entangle headpiece. On attack, deal poison damage. What do we got in here? We're not dealing psychic damage. That is the bleed helmet. That would be useful for now. On being attacked, apply 2 bleed to the attacker and heal equal to the attacker's number of bleed stacks. Alright, the Mask of Blood won't be too bad for a little bit. On dealing damage to yourself, deal blood damage to 3 adjacent enemies. That's not bad either. It's not bad. On step, remove Scorch, Corrosion, and Doom. That's also not bad. Oh, and then the Standstill ally body piece. Guess we're going into the tower. a lot of good stuff in there. Alright, let's go. Willpower. Already stacked 133 stacks of Inflame. Just added almost 30 more just from a single attack. Yeah, that works out really well. Two more away from our second prayer. Oh, the guy teleported next to us. Didn't work out so well for him. So did I shrug that off? Yeah, I shrugged off the attack. And then the red dragon killed him immediately. I guess I'm gonna have to move into there. That works. Is this where we want to wait on fire healing? I think it is. I think our healing is decent now. Yeah, Royal next. Then Gorchant. Maybe Gorchant next. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so how many actions do we get during a turn? We get one. We get 2 actions during a turn. Yeah, not great. So we'd have 2 things of healing, and then we'd take 50 points of damage. Yeah, we gotta be careful with that. Maybe I do need a little bit more healing. We'll see. Okay, 3 points available to us now. Alright. So that's 100% bonus to our healing. And I think that means it's time to take Royal. Should be okay. That's just more damage that'll be going out. Go ahead and... Oh, and we do have our second prayer now. We are doing some Bare Fist damage. Burrow King rises from his pile of dung. Squeak, squeak. Such horrific nobility. Yeah. Okay, well, that was easy path there. I think we're gonna go more will. There it is. Let's grab all of this gear. It's easier than expected. Thank you, Fire Dragon. So, extra stacks of bleed applied? Yeah, let's do it. Not going to be long term because we'd rather have the inflame stuff. That's fine for now. This is much better armor, but rather have the bleeds going out. 25 armor. Yeah, that's better armor and the bonus from stepping. But it's not our long-term armor. And then this robe is something at least. There we go. Fully armored. Not a ton of armor for us yet, though. Heal up. Serpent Fetish is not bad. On prayer, we get 3 serpents. And on kill or on summon, deal poison damage. Based on dex. The rat banner. In here, oh, we have the gold plating. That's almost certainly where we're going. Yeah, and then just a wild club there. Alright. What else are we going to get? Boulder Fist for each bare fist per point of encumbrance. 5 armor, 20 hit. Could be good to wear for now. Dealing physical, apply freeze. Yeah, we're not going to use that. Alright. Ooh, they hit hard. The nice thing is our willpower being, as we're raising our willpower, it makes it easier for us to shrug off effects. Well, negative effects. Alright, we're going to heal up. Come on, dragon, move it. There you go. Or willpower. Go. How close are we to... We're at 18. And the ones that we still want to take are 4 and 3. It's going to put us at exactly at 25. Okay. So we can take Frenzied Chant next. And then we can take Gore Chant. Just sit here and let them deal with it. Not even a standstill build. But it's fine. They're apparently strong enough to handle these guys. Crazy. Oh, that's because the body armor we're wearing, isn't it? Yeah, this is... The Robe of Vigor is so incredibly good for a standstill minion build. Because that, yeah, like... the simple little Bleeding Dead ended up with 2200 life. And tanked the entire time. Okay. So we don't have to worry about losing in flame anymore. And we're not healing our guys, but that's fine. This is the bare fist. Oh, per point of encumbrance. Ugh, not very good. Neither of these are really good. That's per point of dex. We at least have some encumbrance. That's probably better. 30 base armor. Yeah, 1 base armor. Let's wear that. We don't need to wear either of these. Yeah, the torch is actually exactly what we want there. So body pieces can be fed into our gold plating now, because that is what we want. So we're going to get 2 armor and 20 max life there. That's our only permanent piece right now, right? Yeah. Not bad. Up to 387 armor. Game turn, heal yourself. Always a good one. On attack, apply bleed. On apply bleed, deal blood damage to 2 adjacent enemies. That wouldn't be too bad in the offhand. Apply freeze, deal ice damage, deal slash, deal death damage. Deal blood, deal death damage. On adjacent per empty armor. On block, deal slash. On dealing fire or lightning, apply inflame, remove scorch and freeze. Ooh, garnet necklace. But no, we'd rather have the body armor we're using. Two-handing. Physical and death ignores resistance. Hit for summons. Dealing psychic, deal blood. Yeah, I think we're going here. Let's do it. Go visit some fire priests. Not bad. 325 in flame. Not bad at all. Already up to 6,500 hit on each hand. Ooh, we got doomed. Willpower. And that means we can take Frenzied Chant. Yeah, let's do it. That's extra attacks against adjacent enemies. And we heal. That was easier than expected. So, what are we using in the offhand right now? Oh, right, we're using this. Fire damage adds in flame. So I don't know if we want to use the bleed one. On attack, apply bleed. On apply bleed, deal blood. And on apply bleed, deal blood. Guess we could take Bloodbath instead of Gore Chant. It's only adjacent, though. Yeah. Just not as good. Nah, we don't need that. We don't need the slash to death. We can consume that armor for +1 armor, 20 max life. This is adding stacks of bleed. This will heal us every game turn. Stacks of bleed are fine for now. We find ourselves going into somewhere really dangerous. We'll swap out helmets, though. We may want to lean more into the blood tech on this than the fire tech. We'll see, though. The inflame stacks are going to be really strong once we can get our prestige class. We're so close. We are 4 points away. 4 points will get us Gore Chant and our prestige. Alright, that is on dealing physical entangle. This is on attack, apply Scorch and summon a Burning Blade. Not too bad. On standstill, death. On ally attacking, apply Doom. Standstill, death. On heal, deal death. This is standstill, apply meditate. Apply meditate, deal astral damage. The Crow Visage. Yeah, this will be slightly more useful. Or will. Not bad. 268. 5,400 there. Yeah, we're getting there. Heal up. Oh, that was it. They're all going that way. Or willpower. We get out of that. On attack, apply Scorch, summon a Burning Blade. Yeah, I think that's going to be better than what we're wearing right now. It's less armor, but more useful tech. Then, yeah, we're not going to switch to that. do we got? Corrosion helmet. And the acne skirt. Oh, the cadaver helmet. And the repulsion helmet. Alright, what's the tower got for us? On attack, perform a hit against one enemy at any range. Could be useful. Adjacent attack, deal slash damage. Oh, that's the Golden Greaves. Yeah, we have to go in here. On step, apply inflame. Equal to strength. Hey Vald, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. The Beast Visage. The Sia Axe. It's an empty armor slot weapon. Alright. Hopefully we can kill Akuma. We have no resistance against his attacks. And our dragon has negative 25% resistance against his attacks. So it's gonna be all bad. Let's see here. Golganth. Yeah, they have blood resist, but that's it. But gone. Alright. It's looking okay so far. I'll just hang out here, I guess. Dragon is so much faster than me. What is his speed? 37? Yeah. Alright, we got to 599 stacks of Inflame. We're doing 12,000 damage. So... oh, we just did that through Warlock. All Red Dragon. Where's the last time we attacked? Yeah, here we go. So we attack. We broke his guard. Ooh, got a 957 accuracy roll. Not bad. Initial hit roll, 10,000. Block failed. Armor -5, so we do 900. Wow, very nice. Okay, so our attack is 9,998. We hit him. We burn for 24,995 because willpower added another 14,997. Yeah, I think this is gonna work. I think this is gonna work. It's our highest hit so far. That's the highest stacks we've hit so far as well. Tons of accuracy, tons of hit. Just through Inflame. Okay, yeah, our healing's keeping up. We're okay there. More willpower. There, and heal. I guess I could also do this right off the bat. Get a bunch of allies on the field. These enemies are dangerous. I forgot about them. Yeah, those guys are rough. Especially with 0 lightning resist. More will. And that's our level to get Gorchant. So now we'll get Bleeding Dead out as well. Yeah, more allies on the field. And we can now become an Exolite. So on dealing damage to an ally, apply 2 Inflame to yourself. On game turn or prayer, if enemies live, apply 2 Inflame to yourself. Deal blood and fire damage to all units in a 3-tile range. Damage equal to 10 times the stacks of Inflame on self. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty nice. Become. Okay. I don't think there was anything I was waiting for to change out. No. Oh, I forgot to heal. Oh well. Now let's do this. Boom. We wrecked our dragon. Wow. Okay, yeah, we're doing a lot of damage. So what's doing damage to us? Oh, right at the end, that was the Psyblast and the Rend from our chants. Yeah, so Exaltite did 13,000 damage just by itself with only 500 stacks. Actually, I think we had less than 500 stacks. Oof. Yeah, 10k hit now. Heal up. The Akuma beats its chest. Oh, stench of fire. Oh, ripple of ice. Alright, let's go ahead and summon these guys on the battlefield. Let's get another set. Why not? Oh, I think I wrecked my dragon again. Alright, we gotta get out here. More willpower. Ooh, that hurt. Something hit us hard. We got lucky. You can see here, this is at 0 of 1. We got a divine intervention. So what hit us? Oh, the Akuma removed bleed from itself. Lovely. Applied Scorch and Freeze to us. Killed the Torch Priest. Killed the Akuma. Oh, it must have been in the previous turn. Oh, yeah. Right up here. Ooh, yeah, the Akuma hit us for 407 damage while we were already pretty damaged. Luckily, we had a prayer that was available. Yeah, that nearly would have one-shot us even without any damage on us. Let's see here. There's no enemies left, so I won't get a heal out of that. Ice damage on standstill. Okay, so as long as we're not standing still, we're fine. Okay, the ice is gone now. Let's go ahead and look at the gear that we just got. So, Beast Visage, we don't care. Golden Greaves. Currently, that's just removing Scorch, Corrosion, Doom, but our willpower does a good job of that. This will give us Inflame equal to our strength. Yes, please. And 60 armor. Let's go. That means I can sacrifice all of the leg pieces. 1 armor, 20 life. 3 armor, 20 life. 6 armor and 20 life. There we go. Life's at 500 now. That helps. And I think I'm going to push my willpower to 20 and then push my strength up to 10. Yeah. So what else did we have in there? A scimitar. The dread helm. So this is extra bleed, and on being attacked, apply bleed and heal ourselves based on attacker's bleed. This, on attack, perform a hit against one enemy at any range. It almost sounds more useful. Because what all do we have that's affected by bleed? So, when we apply bleed, we deal blood damage. And dealing blood damage... actually does nothing for us, except trigger our normal hit stuff. Yeah, so this might actually be more useful. Hitting its enemy at any range, yeah. Plus it's 30 armor compared to the 10. Yeah, let's wear that. It's good for now. Though, if we're going by that idea, maybe we should just get this healing on game turn. That last one was kind of close. This would have saved us quite a bit. Yeah, I think our damage is okay. Let's get some recovery in there. We may end up wearing this permanently. Alright, we'll heal up. Was there anything I had to sacrifice? No. So what do we got? Okay, so the Golden Helm. On being healed, apply Inflame. And we're getting healed fairly frequently, so that's going to be a lot more Inflame. Yeah, I don't think I can pass that up. Probably gonna have to use that instead of the healing helm. On dealing blood or physical, heal yourself, remove bleed. On attack, apply corrosion. On apply corrosion, deal fire damage. Standstill sickness. This helmet is so good, the Toshi. If you have a standstill build, highly recommend. Transl Sphere for the teleports. Vonder for lightning and charges. Emerald Eye. Well, I think regardless, we're going here. Okay, attack. A lot of damage on you. Sorry, dragon. Killed the dragon. What did it? Yeah, Exaltite just does so much damage. If I put some more points into the dragon, then it'll probably be okay. Yeah. That might be the next thing we do, is put points into the dragon. How expensive is it? 4. Yeah, we could do that. 500 health. Bye-bye, dragon again. Ooh, that was close. We're definitely getting some close calls here. Okay, there's the 20 will. Yeah, 4 points. This is going to be extra attacks and more inflame. We're not really being adjacent that often right now, but once we are adjacent, that's going to help a ton. See. Well then. Faster end than I expected. 274. And now Orange Flame. Still don't know. That emerald helmet may be what we have to wear. We're cutting it really close on our health sometimes. Or we just need to boost our healing. Maybe we need to boost our healing again. It's probably the smart way to do it. What's the other heal that we have? On hit. Right, we want to boost that to 3 levels so it covers its own damage. Actually, we'd only need to boost it to 2 levels. Okay, yeah, next level needs to be this. Because with our willpower, it will cover its own healing. Actually, it covers its own healing now. So with one more level in it, it's actually going to provide healing on hit as well, rather than just damaging us. Yeah, okay. And then it'll also give Inflame. Okay, Royal next. Then Fire Familiar. Oh, this can be sacrificed. 7 and 20. Yeah, we're going to stick with the golden helmet. So we're going to sacrifice into there. 5 armor, 20 life. It's always 20 life. 1 armor. Eight armor. Very nice. 1 armor. Two armor. And 7 armor. I'm gonna hold on to the Emerald Helmet for right now, just in case I have to switch. We're gonna lose armor because of it, but we'll see. I still haven't found that shield. A little unfortunate. Though the Azaris is really good. I don't know if I want to give up the staff. Maybe I don't go shield. I don't know, we'll see. The extra defense from shield is so good. Dealing fire damage, deal astral, slash deals blood. There's the fire staff right there. Though we're rarely standing still. The on-kill fire damage would be really good though. This is the inflexibility pants that we don't need. On step per enemy. That's not bad. Robe of Light. It's dodge, astral, and fire. Inflicts blind. And finally, the on dealing blunt, deal ice. On dealing astral, deal lightning. There's the golden spear. Of course, it's in one of these again. Oh, Gora. Goras aren't as bad as the demons are, but still. Oh, this is going to be dicey. Oh, it's got the shield and the spear that I want. Okay. This is for the whole run. Good luck, us. Oh, and he's right there. He does so much damage and bleeding damage in area. Luckily, my bleed resist is 26. Not great. We win! We won! Says a lot about the healing that we're getting. Okay. So we're gonna sacrifice that chest piece. 2 armor there. We do have the golden greaves, so we're gonna sacrifice those legs for 1 armor. This chest piece for 2 armor. And we gotta find those weapons. Alright. So, we won't be doing fire damage with our main attack anymore, but we're gonna gain 10 block per stack of Inflame. And when we attack, we apply 5 Inflame. We will lose the 3 Bleeding Dead on entrance, which does kind of suck. Because that was an extra bit of healing that we got right off the bat. Although we could start summoning right off the bat. And all of our attacks are bare fists now. because it's no longer this staff attack. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Wield in main hand. And then the shield. Don't see any bears. Haha. Our hands are made of bears. So this, on block or being hit, apply 10 inflame. Oh, times your empty armor slots. Oh, this shield doesn't matter. I would have been better off with one of the other shields. However, that means we can keep using the Azaras, which gives us inflame on fire damage. Okay, that's fine. No shield, which is a little unfortunate, especially considering how much block we have. Maybe we raise our dex just to get more block? We would need so much dex. Or we just leave it at that 46%. Yeah. Do I have another shield that might be useful? No. Alright, we are going... I'll wait to sacrifice that. And we don't have gloves yet that we want. Yeah, we're gonna wait and see how this plays out. 100 hit. That's slightly better weapon. Does count as a bare fist. Only has a range of 2. So we're gonna have to get closer to the guys. Alright. This one... Game turn per ally, 25 hit against one enemy in a 3-tile range. Potentially good. Jade Bracers. Probably not. This is Ice into Psychic. Self-damage, applies bleeds. Dealing damage to an ally, deal blood damage. That actually would have been an interesting tech, yeah. Standstill step, deal lightning damage in a path. I think we'll go with this set. I also just heard my UPS clicking on and off. Power was a little rough, it sounded like. Oh yeah, it's weird just having the dragon here. I think I'm gonna take 1 point of dex. No, let's get the strength. What next? We wanted to level Royal. Yeah, so Royal actually provides healing now. There we go. So now when we hit, we're not just going to be covering the fire damage we're taking. We're going to inflame and we're going to heal a little bit. So that should help a lot. Okay, and let's heal up. We do have the Achra now. Gains charges when an adjacent enemy dies. Alright. I don't think I'm going to use this at all and save that for Divine Interventions, because it's easy to recharge on the map. And then this will probably burn through charges fairly frequently, just to get some summons on the board. That worked. Okay, yeah, our life's holding up a lot better. Nearly killed the dragon again. What is hitting it so hard? Exaltite, yeah. Exaltite is super rough on the dragon. What's crazy is, like, it has good resistance, like 50% resist against that bleed. Or, yeah, blood damage, I guess. What was that? Yeah, we're still just under 25,000 for our highest damage. So would we be better off with this? On dealing fire damage, apply to inflame. Or this, on gain turn per ally. No, we would get way more inflames out of the torch. Yeah. Alright, what do we got here? Lizard Visage, the Kairos Skirt. Yeah, this is the one I was talking about at the beginning of the stream. On standstill, if enemies live, perform all of your game turn actions. Does not tick down effects. It's really strong. It's got 2 inflexibility, so you have to plan for that. And it's pretty low armor, but it's really strong for a standstill build. Especially if you have some powerful game turn actions. Dealing physical, apply doom. What do you got? Apply sickness. The attack standstill, yeah. We are technically using 2 bare fists. That might actually be really strong for us. Jason attack. There's the Scorch Helmet. Luckily, we don't need that. On adjacent block, perform an extra attack. That could be good. That could be really good. It would be less in flames, but we'd put out more damage and we would block more frequently. What's in here again? Do we want to do a gate, though? They can be so sketchy. And it's less XP. What are we using for gloves right now? The fire gloves? The fire gloves. Oh, do get us burning blades. Attack, apply scorch. don't really care about Scorch. That's mostly for getting Burning Blades on attack, which we then almost immediately destroy with all of our AoE damage. But that's more healing for us. Adjacent block, get an extra attack. I'm probably going to regret not going after the Clippius, but rather the XP right now. Well then, that was a lot of death just through standing there. Problem solved. Come on up here. We will heal. And, oh, we got up to 611. That 12,000 hit. They did a lot of damage to me right off the bat. Let's kill everything around us. Heal up. Guess that was fine. I don't think I wanted any of these. We are using the Golden Helm, so we can consume that for 10 armor. Light Gauntlets we're not going to use, and we're not going to use this, so that's 2 armor, and that's 8 armor. Up to 835 on our life, not shabby. Need 2 more levels before we can get the dragon leveled up. That's the on hit, teleport the target. It's piercing into blunt. It's inflexibility for ice damage. On step, deal lightning. On being dealt damage, deal corrosion. Prayer, standstill, apply bleed. Bleed equal to weapon size. Oh, nice. Neither of those really matter to us. This one's probably better, though. It's 20 armor. Yeah. Go here. They do have some resistance to what we're doing, but it should be fine. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, there's the last point of strength. We're gonna go willpower, I think, from here on out. Dragon almost did. Oh, he teleported me right next to him. That was very kind of him. 666 stacks. 13,000 damage. Still at 24,000 is our highest. Heal up. Alright. Final level of this area. He got teleported away. That was it. Yeah, we don't care about that. Yeah, we're using the Golden Greaves. It's 5 more armor. This, yeah, we're not using either. Okay. Let's slash into fire. That is on attack, blind equal to dex. Adjacent shrug off. Stand still, deal blunt. Gain armor equal to total stacks. Shrug off for block, apply meditate. Pierce to lightning. Let's see here. I'm gonna go for this one because this weapon has the highest stats on it. So when I sacrifice it to my main weapon, it'll get the most benefit. Yeah. Oh, they killed my dragon. Rude. Or I killed my dragon. One or the other. Do need to start using my second prayer more often. And there is a level up for our dragon. So you can see near the top of the fire familiar, life/hit multiplied by skill level. So he's going to get more life and hit from me leveling him up. Also, he heals more when I apply Inflame and grants a random ally more hit. I also get more Inflame when I attack. It is a pretty big bonus. There we go. So what are we going to target next? The Kinesis we don't need to target. This would be an extra 5 Inflame every game turn. And an extra attack against adjacent every game turn. Or prayer. This would be just more Bleeding Dead. I guess getting twice as many wouldn't be that bad. It'd be more healing and such for us. More bonuses. Yeah, more Inflame. Okay, so we probably want to level Gore Chant for 4 points. We're going to want to level Frenzied Chant for 3 points. And Royal is actually more efficient to level up the healing, but it only triggers on hits. Whereas fire healing is on all fire damage dealt. Royal also gives us Inflame, though, which is a lot of stuff across the board. Yeah, maybe these three right here that we do most of our leveling up on. And if we notice the Fire Familiar is still a little weak, maybe we throw another level in there. Yeah. So let's go Royal, Frenzy Chant, Gore Chant. We'll do it in that order. Although... yeah, we'll do it in that order. 4, 3, 4. Oh, he killed one of our dragons already. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, that's weird. Oh, I see what happened. I clicked on the other side of the dragon instead of clicking the dragon itself. Oh, this is fine, though. Yeah, that worked out really well. More willpower. Or dragon. Set as our axe. Bad. Alright, what do we got? The chakram that summons serpents. The axe that heals and does extra attacks when you kill. That's tempting. Healing equal to your 5 times your strength, though, which is not super great. And then finally, it's the encumbrance to physical damage. Astral, dealt again. On attack or hit, deal slash and apply scorch. Slash into astral. Meditate and astral damage on standstill. On dealing physical, apply poise. Yeah, we don't need to go into the crypt. This is 60 and 160. 70 and 70, yeah. Alright, let's go get that axe. Only one of the 6 tentacles, or was it 3? Yeah, only one of the 3 tentacles survived that. Oh, he hit me hard. Oh, he's stacking a lot of corrosion up on us. Ah, we willpowered it away. That's good. That was close. Yeah, we'll take the willpower. Something dropped us down really low. I blocked. At least it looked like something dropped us down really low. Oof, yeah, the healing on the dragon's only 128. Not great. Oh, we broke our guard, but we still shrugged off because of armor. Yay, armor. Broke our guard. Oh, we would have dodged, but he anticipated it. Broke our guard. But then we used armor to shrug it off. That was a lot of interesting luck there. Heal up. Alright. There's tentacles out there. Gotta go this way. That was it. A red axe. Okay, last set before we hit the first boss. On block or being hit, apply bleed to the attacker. Bleed equal to dex. These shields are not doing us any good. Ice into fire. On initial attack, for each separate effect, perform an extra attack. Dealing poison damage, deal death. I think we'll do this, just because that'll be a good sacrifice. Yeah. Love when they summon far away and we just get visibility across the map. And they're all gone already. Someone hit me hard. Take a step. Ooh, yeah, cut us for 377. Luckily I had resistance, otherwise that would have been a 684 hit. And he got us with the follow-up from Whirling Slash. And then the blast from Astral Casting. Because we blocked. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, we're cutting it a little close here sometimes. Maybe we do level our strength more, just for more health. Although I have a lot of equipment to sacrifice still. Because we haven't found the gloves that we want. Right? Yeah, we haven't found the gloves that we want. And we're still kind of uncertain on the weapon. Kind of like a shield. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, I was gonna level up Royal before Frenzied Chant. Oof. Were those Pringles? What, here? It's just stylized walls. Oh boy. Summon those. Okay, we survived that. Didn't need a divine intervention. Yeah, our health is so low. Recognize a Pringle when you see one. Mama didn't raise no fool. Uh-huh. I'm sure. Let's summon more of these. Wavy lays, could be. The bone shield, which I'm pretty sure we weren't using. Yeah, because it's bleed based on dex, which is no good for us. Alright. Well, here we are. Still not seeing the gloves that we want. And we're going to have to assume that this weapon is good enough for us, so let's go ahead and incorporate this stuff in. I guess everything... because that's not going to matter. Yeah, let's just incorporate everything except for the gloves in. And we're going to be getting accuracy, hit, and block off of all of these items. And health. This should give us a lot of health that we were missing. We're okay without the staff. And I think we're going to be okay without the Emerald Helm. Okay, so now our health's 1240. That should be a lot more sustainable. We got 688 baseline armor. Yeah. Okay. Still would like better block, especially for the amount of block we can generate. So the Vogite. He's a range of 10 blunt damage. On attack, deals damage to the target. On being dealt 15% of max life or more damage, apply protection. So if we do big hits against him, he gets protection. Luckily, we do mostly small hits, except for our elementalist stuff. Deadly Feast. On kill, he gains hit. On game turn, he gains charge to himself and nearby allies. On game turn, he applies freeze nearby. On player's step, he applies inflame. And on initial attack, he performs an extra attack. So he gets impact twice every turn. 10% of his hit. What was his hit again? 800. Alright. This guy may wreck our face. We'll see how it goes. The ocean rises. Alright, let's go this direction. And let's summon. Okay. That was a whole lot of defensive stuff coming through for us. And we're going to do level Royal up to level 3. That's going to give us another baseline 5 healing, but it's also increased by 250%. So we're going to be pretty good there. Still only does 15 fire damage. It's also going to mean 6 in flame instead of 4. We killed him without even seeing him. Killed our dragon too, but that's fine. Alright, got rid of that corrosion. Let's heal. Alright, that went way better than expected. Now... Oh, right, that wasn't the boss level. That was just the first level. Never mind. Oof, dragon got teleported. Heal up. Let's attack there. So we hit everyone around him. Hopefully the dragon holds over there. I don't know if he's going to. Nope. Kaboom. Oh, he got teleported. Excellent. Oof, we have so much corrosion on us. Now the dragon's gone. That corrosion is rough on us. There we go. And it's gone. Heal up, and on to the next. Slowly killing everything near us. Let's look at this. Ooh, our highest hit is a blood hit now. Almost 34,000. Did we do that in this fight? That must have been a different fight. I can't see that happening in this one. I missed where that happened. Alright, come on up here. And healed up. Summon? Oof, that hurt. Bye-bye, poor dragon. Come on, get rid of that so I can heal safely. There we go. Alright, heal up. We need one more point for our next skill level. Vogite emerges through a slit in the air. The walls vibrate. Sour smell of metal. Okay, he is very close to us. Let's summon these guys. Willpower. Oh no, dragon dead. I don't think we killed him. Killed the Zerat. Killed the Zerat. Oh, I did kill a Vogite. 14,000 damage. Yeah, Exaltite is our prestige damage. That's where it's at. Exaltite is really doing it for us. Crazy how much damage it's doing. Still enemies somewhere around here. Oh, there it is. Huzzah! Okay. First boss done. Psychic damage equal to dodge, poison, lightning damage. Alright, let's Emerald Gauntlets. We don't do physical damage, so it doesn't matter. That would only result in one Jade Soldier for the most part. It's not really worth it. Okay. Attack, double the target's lowest stack harmful effect. Apply 10 Scorch. Interesting. Or on summon, apply an agony to yourself, which is on being dealt damage, raise it to 2% of max life after other bonuses. No thank you. No thank you. On an ally attack, the ally deals astral damage to itself, equal to 100% of its max life. Repeat the damage against the attacked unit. Interesting. The ally damages itself. It basically kills itself. Unless it has astral resistance. No, self-damage ignores resists. So the ally attacks, kills itself, and basically you do its life value and astral damage against the target it was trying to attack. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Let's see here. That's 200 and 100. It's 50 and 50. I think we'll go here. This guy does have a lot of blood resist. No fire resist, though. And they both have no range. He has a 1500 hit. Oof. Gotta be careful of the Malaga. Oh, and the green demon. Oh, no. Well, good luck to us. Oh, I just realized I have the 3 points to level this up. Alright, so we're going to get more in flames, and we're going to do an extra attack against adjacent enemies on every game turn or prayer. Already useful. Or willpower. They hit me hard, but it was okay. All right. Oh, let's summon these. Get a little bit of a distraction on them. He killed the dragon. Those tentacles are surviving a surprisingly long time. Alright, our healing is 3 times more effective. Don't see any enemies in either of those spots. And go ahead and apply this. Alright, well, there's the Mask of Frenzy. On initial attack, per inflame stack on self, perform an extra attack against the target. Extra attacks, use your main hand weapon, do not count as an initial attack. On attack, apply 2 inflame to yourself, deal fire damage to yourself and the target. Damage is 3 times the stacks of inflame on self. We have gotten inflame stacks high enough that that would one-shot us. Now, mind you, that would be an insane amount of extra attacks per inflame stack. That's just a disgusting amount of extra attacks. We would need a prayer that recharges on attacks. We have a prayer that recharges on attacks. Oh. OMG, finally, indeed, Trisha. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Being that this is the first we've seen you, it's probably been a Moderately bad day at work. But yeah, like we've gotten 500, 600 stacks. Not an amazing day. Sorry to hear it. Hope things are better for the evening. But yeah, I guess the idea there is you generate so many extra attacks that hopefully you kill them before your rising amount of inflames kill you. Speaking of attacks, Trisha, we missed you. Wow. Yeah, I don't know if the Mask of Frenzy is something this build would do well with. Probably not. Otherwise, we have the Ruby Necklace. On being attacked, deal fire damage in a path to 2 enemies at any range. Apply Inflame. Ooh. Unfortunately, this is body armor, which means it would replace the body armor that is preventing our Inflame from being removed when we get hit. And we get hit fairly often. If we were using a shield, we wouldn't get hit as often. But we don't really have an option there, because we're just not finding anything worth using. I'm gonna go for the necklace anyway. It, in theory, would be a huge boost for us. It would... I'd only want to use it if we found a good shield. I got teleported. Rude. Woo! What hit me? Ouch. What happened there? Let's see here. Hit me for 497. Oof, 920 base hit. Luckily our resistance took it down. But ouch. Block failed, yep. Luckily armor reduced it as well. Yeah, if it wasn't for armor and resistance, that would have nearly been a one-shot all by itself. Is that the only one that hit me? A little tiny rend. Okay, and then another one hit me for another 364. And then the rend. Luckily, I blocked the third one. Otherwise, yeah, that probably would have triggered a divine intervention. I dodged the next one. My dodge roll was only 17, but his accuracy roll was only a 6. We got lucky. Super lucky on both of those. Alright. Guess I do the full heal? I don't want to. I'm gonna have to, though. No, you know what? I'll just risk the divine intervention. That's fine. Let's attack this one. No divine intervention. Success. Ooh. That was really close. Those guys do a lot of damage. Yeah, having a shield would be super helpful. Let's heal. But we had 3 divine interventions sitting there, so that's also not too bad. And we were kind of surrounded there also. Do I boost my strength? Maybe even my dex? Dex isn't going to do a ton for me. Would let me act more often. Strength would give me more in flames, more life, more armor. We're not suffering from an accuracy issue. Yeah, I think we're going to raise our strength some more. Maybe 5 more points. Need 1 more point for the next level up. Very nice of that guy to just teleport right next to me. You don't know what this is, but you're feeling roguelike from these choices? Hey Squid, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, it's a roguelike. So what we do is, starting off, we choose our culture, our class, and our religion. Then we can choose some powers to go along with that. Once we have enough points assigned in powers, we can choose a prestige class. And then we have a set of gear that kind of goes with that to augment everything. Our setup here is we were building around this prestige class, where when we deal damage to an ally, we apply inflame to ourselves. Then every game turn, or every time we use a prayer, if there are enemies, we apply 2 inflame to ourselves and deal blood and fire damage to all units in a 3-tile range, which includes allies are usually within a 3-tile range, so we get more inflames. Most of our tech is on healing ourselves through fire damage, or through hitting enemies. We do extra fire damage, and we apply bleeds, and do blood damage when we apply bleeds. We produce more inflames every game turn or prayer, and we do more attacks. We summon some allies on the field every game turn or prayer so that we can heal ourselves off of them. Can you have the power of everyone gives me money if they have enough to spare? That would be a great power. More than enough to spare. Yeah. I know what you mean. That would be a great power. There was a psychiatrist I saw a little bit from a little while back, and she was saying, I've been doing this for a long time, and as good as a therapy session is, and is useful for most people, having more money is just more useful than therapy is. That's a no then. I don't have the ability to grant powers, unfortunately. Pat does, though. Pat has pirated all the powers. Especially since therapy costs money. Yeah. You're a big fan of more money? Yeah. Yeah, basically what she talked about it a little more. It was basically like Most of the problems that people are facing that they go to therapy for, usually in some way, eventually spiral down to someone not having enough money. Whether it was themselves, or a parent, or a partner, or whatever. Like, it almost everything that the vast majority of her patients came to her to see, the root cause eventually came down to that. Therefore, therapy is the opposite of having more money. That's true. Money doesn't buy happiness. It just buys everything else and allows you to not worry about everything so you can be happy. Yeah, exactly, Trisha. Money buys comfort, which allows happiness. Yeah. And while this isn't universal for everyone, like, for some people, more money would be more stress, depending on how they deal with that. But in general, on average, yeah, that seems to be the case. Okay. But yeah, had a decently bad migraine today, so I didn't want to play War Tales and end up messing something up super bad that I couldn't take back. So I wanted to play something with no permanent stakes. Because if you die in a roguelike, who cares? You're going to reset anyways. Alright, let's get some more strength in there. And that lets us level up Gorchant again. That gets us another ally on the field. And a little bit more retort damage. Permanent stakes. That sounds like a great idea. Okay, yeah, and the ruby necklace isn't going to be useful for us unless we can get a shield. Come on, get rid of that scorch. There we go. Alright, attack with Bear's Fist, deal poison. Dealing poison damage applies Meditate. Or per empty armor. And on attack, deal Astral. Let's see here. That's 50 armor on there. That's not bad. 20 armor on that, which would add block as well. Though hand armor is still the thing we're missing. If we don't see it here, then I guess we missed it. I don't see how we could have. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But I'm guessing the gloves we're looking for are in one of these two. Let's go for these. It's a decent amount of armor on gloves, and the block will be nice to have. I got teleported. Rude. Alright. That tentacle summons is really handy for finding where the enemy is at. Alright. Oh! 41,000 astral damage, the highest damage now. Look at that. That wasn't here, was it? That would have been a main hand attack. Crazy. I didn't think our main hand damage was going that high. I guess if they had minus 100% resist? Maybe. Okay. Go here. All the teleporting. Thanks. You're better when an enemy is adjacent. Get some more strength. And final level for this area. So much extra damage on my turn. Teleported again. Alright. So that was another set of gloves, yeah. Oh, this. Alright, I'm not incorporating that into our armor yet, just in case I want to switch it. It's very unlikely I'll switch it. But just in case. Alright, what do we got here? Two-handing per point of encumbrance. On being attacked, deal astral, repeat with fire, then blind. Blind equal to willpower. Damage equals 5 times the stacks of blind on the target. That is pretty nice. On attack, deal fire damage to one enemy at any range. Repeat with ice. 100% of your main hand hit. That's not bad either. Then what do we got here? Yeah, we missed those gloves somewhere. I don't even know. Man, I don't remember seeing them. Or they just didn't spawn. On standstill, heal. Yeah, we're going to take these. It's going to be risky because these guys... Yeah, these guys have a lot of range. Luckily, their hit is pretty low. But all the other ones, their hit is really high. Oof. This is going to be real risky. No, let's not go through that. I'd rather have the XP from going through here. Oh, and I guess that means that the gloves we're using are probably going to be our permanent gloves. So let's sacrifice that. And make sure. Yeah. And we're not going to see a shield, so we're going to sacrifice that as well. All right. Let's see if we can pull this off without a shield. I don't think our armor and our block percentage are good enough. We'll see, though. What do I want to level next? Do I want another point in fire healing? Which is pretty reliable. Or one in royal. Well, let me look at those attacks. Did we trigger royal at all? Here. So we attacked. Initial Doomskin, Shimmering Orb, Fire Familiar, Vestige, Summon, Fire Familiar, Initial. Seeing fire healing. Fire. Warlock. Shimmering Orb. Fire Familiar. Fire Healing. Vestige. Fire Familiar. Warlock. Fire Familiar. Or Exaltite. We are looking for royal. Okay. Royal is terrible. Royal applies once per turn? Is it only applying on initial attack? Is that what's happening? I think that's what's happening. It's only applying on initial attack. Take a step. Okay, you attack. There we go. So we attacked. You attack the green demon. You attack the green demon. So we attacked twice. We got a single royal trigger. I think royal is either misprinted or bugged. On hit, heal yourself. Apply inflame to yourself. Deal 15 fire damage to yourself. Yeah, so that should be every time we hit. And if we search hit for that section. Oh, actually, he did dodge right there. Okay. So we did only hit once. Let's search for other royals. Any others? It just seems to be triggering so infrequently. Yeah. Okay, that triggers so infrequently, I think fire healing is going to be better to level up. Because right now that's, what? $16 healing every time we deal fire damage? Yeah. No, it's 24. Yeah, it's 24 each. Because it's 8, yeah. Alright, yeah, I think we're going to level that up again. And our fire familiar probably should be leveled up as well. So when we get 4 points, we'll level that up again. Make it a little tougher. I don't know if we're going to get 4 points before we're done, but if we do, that's where they'll go. I'm way over here now. So's the dragon. It's nice of these guys to teleport me right to them. Alright, so that gets us to 15 strength. Wreck their faces, and we're done. Okay, that's staff. Standing still to heal 156 health. Probably not. We don't really get much action on standing still. So we're gonna sacrifice that. Okay. King of many colors. Same things as before, probably. Kill, gets hit. On being attacked, deal damage to the attacker. Okay, luckily we don't do a lot of attacks. On hit, apply corrosion. On being attacked, apply corrosion. On being attacked, apply sickness. So he's going to inflict a lot of status effects. On adjacent, shrug off, perform an extra attack. On an initial attack, perform an extra attack. Okay. This is probably doable. As long as our willpower does well enough in shaking off these debuffs, we should be fine. The minus hit is no big deal, but the damage sucks. The minus block and armor is going to be really bad. Luckily, the damage is no big deal. Poison damage, which we only have 15% resist on. Okay. In we go. Problem solved there. Yeah, getting the free prayer charges so I can do this heal every area, I think was definitely the right choice. Yeah, and I think willpower is going to be all the rest of ours. More healing, more damage. Cleared him with massive stuff. Yeah, we're going to build up to 4 points, hopefully. Although, how much is the dragon really going to matter at the end? I think I'd almost rather have the extra healing. Don't need the extra attacks. Yeah, I think we're just going to go with fire healing. Dragon just immediately killed that guy. And I immediately killed the dragon. Sorry, dragon. Yeah, that extra healing helps a lot. Come on. Willpower, you can do it. There you go. Money can buy happiness if those with it choose to use it on what gives true happiness. So most don't choose that, Late to the conversation again. Ah, it's fine, Pat. No problem. But yeah, like, the general stuff for it seems to be that you need enough money to, like, the happiness level that money generates goes up until you have sufficiently met your basic needs, which does include social interaction. Like, you see people talking about, well, people don't need phones. They don't need smartphones. Yeah, they do. Like, it's part of our society now. If you don't have a smartphone to be able to interact with people and the world properly, it is a huge hit on your social interaction. Alright. Ooh, nice. They all came to me. It's very polite of them. Come on. Get rid of these stacks. It took forever. Silly willpower not getting rid of these stacks of debuffs. The King of Many Colors appears. Oh, disciples. Hey, we got a second point. One more point into fire healing. Please keep me alive. Alright. There's the king right there. He can see me and reach me with his attack. It's his 5 range. Do we try to kill him first? Did he get bonuses for when allies die? No, he doesn't. So I think I'm going to move away from him and let my range damages do some work on him. This may be sacrificing the dragon to him, but it's fine. Look at all that. Right there. That worked out well. There goes the dragon already. We, however, have built up a good chunk of inflame stacks now. So just from... Wow. That's crazy. Bleeding Dead has so much resistance to that. It shrugged off 22,000 damage from that hit. So I'm burning the king for, yeah, a decent amount of damage. 24,000 there. What kind of health does he have? Oh, right, we can't see that from this screen, which is really weird that you can't see that from that screen. Oh, that hurts. He's got 95,000 health left. And he did like half my life. Alright, let's go. No. We murked him. I guess that works. Let's get some more healing. And let's look at what happened there. So... game turn passes. Where's the game turn where we attacked? Oh, the game turn passed after I took my turn. Okay, here we go. So, we attack with Shimmering Orb, the Golden Spear. We broke his guard. Good accuracy roll there. Initial hit of 13,000. His block failed. His armor only reduced it by 500. And so we blasted him for 54,000 astral damage. The hit, and then 41,000, almost 42,000 extra from our willpower. We applied Scorch, we applied Bleed. Wow, yeah, 54,000 on that very first hit. Then we heal. We inflame. Burn the Bleeding Dead. Inflame. Heal. Yeah. Just... Okay, there's Royal finally kicking in. From our hit. Okay. The King of Many Colors poisons us with Retort. Applies Sickness and Corrosion because of the 2 skin effects he has. And then we get our second attack. We broke his guard and we penetrated his armor, so there was no hit reduction. And that resulted in our largest hit of the entire playthrough. A damage type that we're not even spec'd into. 64,500 astral damage against him. And that was the death blow. There's still a green demon around here somewhere. Oh, funny. The retort and the skin effects still went off even though he was dead. I didn't realize that happens. Game turn passed and all of this passive stuff happens. Ooh, we removed the sickness effect. That's good. And we removed the corrosion. And there's our last enemy gone. Victory! Praise Oros. Strange portal beckons, but a path has yet to be revealed. 188 glory? There's a vast and silent dark. O pilgrim, pride of Oros, of the cosmic struggle, of the receding waters, of legendary heat, master of the gore cloud, thy spirit inflamed, deep was the suffering of night, glorious Achra. Look at that. Success with the Exaltite. We only killed 221 of our allies out of the 454 we summoned. 278 enemies killed by allies, though. That's actually much more than I was expecting for this run. They killed like a third of our enemies. Over a third. Let's see here. We only had one divine intervention. We mostly attacked. We did stand still and pray occasionally. Took 31,000 damage. Whew. Yeah, there were some close calls there. I'm surprised that worked. There we go. Let me go ahead and snap that. Alright, we have a little bit of time left. We can at least start looking at what the next one's going to be. So next is the Topheth. 25 points between fire and death. On ally attack, or on an ally being attacked. Okay. Perform a 500 damage hit against that ally. Oh, interesting. So when an ally attacks, or when they get attacked, I perform a hit against that ally. This hit bypasses all defense and uses your main hand damage type. On ally death, deal death damage to all enemies. Deal fire damage to yourself. Damage to enemies is 20 times the number of allies. Self damage is equal to 5 times the number of allies. Interesting. So we would want... death damage to all enemies. Interesting. So we'd want to generate a lot of allies, but be able to deal with the fact that we're inflicting a bunch of fire damage to ourselves. 5 times the number of our allies. So if we had 30 allies on the board, we'd have to be able to handle the fact that we're suffering 150 points of fire damage every time the collection of them attacks. Because we're probably going to be killing them unless they're super beefy. We would definitely want a lot of allies for this. And I think we'd want fragile allies, so that we're triggering that death damage to all enemies fairly frequently. This might be an ant build. This might be an ant build. Ants can build up really fast. And I believe they're familiars. Death and fire. So we have a lot of healing available to us, especially with death. Death has some great healing options. So on enemy death, you heal yourself, and then deal death damage to 2 adjacent enemies. And then on dealing death damage, you apply doom to the target. Then also when you're healed, you deal death damage to the closest enemy. On hit, you deal death damage. This would work well with Grave Chant. Got sad you didn't do your last stream, so I went to make an AI-generated Lang stream yesterday. Wanted to charge you $100 to finish it, so you abandoned it and just stayed sad. Aww. I'm sorry. It was a bad day for a migraine. I basically stayed in bed the whole day. But yeah, so this is going to be a good Grave Chant option. Good storyline, too. Let's hear it. But yeah, on a kill of a non-cadaver, summon a cadaver. So all of our allies and our enemies that we kill would end up as cadavers, which we could then kill again. Ooh, yeah, Grave Chant. So this is a Grave Chant, probably an ant build. On game turn entrance, if enemies live, summon a random ant familiar. Then Turba is per allied ant, summon a random ant familiar. So everyone that we have, we get more. +1 charge when you enter a new area. So not great. Max 1 charges. This one grants speed and hit to allied units, which won't really matter, so we could always leave that maxed out. Though we gain charges when an adjacent ally is damaged by an enemy. And then this one, summon a random ant familiar, +1 charge when an ant kills a unit. That's not going to be very frequent that an ant kills, because we're probably going to be killing the ants before they kill anything. We're playing last Epoch with a paladin and really struggling to kill things. Paladin and you could talk to each other. Interesting. Could go with phantasms. That's only on prayer or game turn. Ooh, okay. This would be a standstill build. We need to get the boots that give us... Yeah, that give us process game turn on standstill. And we'll need a lot of speed. So we can do that multiple times a turn. Yeah. So we do this. How else can we get allies? Summon. So you summon Nomad Familiars on entrance. 1 plus glory divided by 5, max of 10. Okay, that's promising. On standstill or prayer, if enemies live per empty armor slot, heal yourself and all allies 1% of your max life. Ooh. On game turn, if enemies live, summon a War Priest Familiar. Maybe Gala, and we go empty armor slots, except for that, except for the boots. He was complaining, and you said you had a small idol with +1 fire resist that would fix the build somewhere buried in your cluttered stash. Paladin mocked you that it would fix the build. I gotta agree with the Paladin there. +1 fire resist isn't fixing anything. AI Lang doesn't know what they're talking about. Let's see here. On ally death, get inflame. Deal fire damage to closest enemy. That's not bad either. Let's see here. On entrance, summon. On prayer, summon. On standstill, summon. Ooh, that is really tempting as well. Though these are normal minions, mostly, except for the one on entrance, not familiars. Allies become immune to damage dealt by you. Ooh. So we could go that route. And then what we're looking at is... Oh, bypasses all defense. No. They would still be immune to it. So then it would just be when enemies kill our allies. Maybe we go that route. Let's try that route first. Let's see if we can do like a normal summoner. Yeah, let's see if we can do a normal summoner. That way we can just focus purely on willpower and standing still. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Per point of willpower, they get life and hit. It's going to make them super tanky. And then what do we want up here? We have the Morlock, which I guess we wouldn't be going empty armor slots. Yeah. Oh, but we'd still be taking all that damage when allies die. So maybe we do want this guy. You playing a summoner? I know. It's hard to understand. It never happens. It worked, and he could one-hit everything now. Fades to black as you two are clearing everything and monologuing all your knowledge about giant space hamsters. Nice. Giant space hamsters. Beware Woolly Rupert. I'm having a hard time thinking of a good build for the imp culture. Because usually you want your damage to be a particular type of damage. Alright, let's see here. So yeah, we would need healing. And a good chunk of it. Oh, I guess we could get the helmet that heals when we stand still. We could get the staff that heals when we stand still. That's assuming we can find those items. Alright, we'll try it, though. We'll try not going the Gala. Go with the Summoner. So what do we got? Get a Tugar. On prayer, they gain hit and heal. Per point of inflexibility, gain resists. On standstill, summon a vine spawn. Ooh. Maybe this guy. We don't want to deal damage to ourselves. Per point of dex, summon limit. Yeah, maybe we go with an Arba? Yeah, let's do that. The sea rolls back for a moment. Terror-blind birds swarm to the world's edge. O Achra, land of finality, your shadow pursued by roaring violent waves, all birth abandoned. O Formus, praise Formus, everything taken, glory remains. Verses of Achra, fragment. Okay, and so we want enough strength to avoid encumbrance, because we want to keep our speed as high as possible. Ooh, yeah, we may have to get some dex just to have some more speed. Or maybe grab some items that give speed. Alright, so we 100% want Grave Chant. That is going to cause us self-damage every turn. So maybe get our healing out of the way first. So I guess fire healing first. Although, how often are we going to be dealing damage ourselves? That might be a problem. Oh, on prayer stand still, blah, 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 yeah. So we're going to need fire healing, pyromancy, and pyrokinesis. So that's 5, 6, 7 points. Grave Chant is 4. We could... probably want to pick up Necromancy. More familiars would be nice too. Well, this is another allied death synergy also. On being healed, deal death damage to the closest enemy, yeah. Yeah, we'll get heals on enemy death as well. Alright, so we're going fire healing. You're going pyromancy. You're going pyrokinesis. And then we're going cursed flesh. Alright, what do we got here? On entrance, summon a Janyan familiar. Okay. And this is just armor. Oh, right, we can just stand still. Yeah, let's get some more strength so we can carry our gear. So white ant does blood damage, red ant does fire damage. And this summons an ant. +1 charge when we enter a new area. So we can use this every time we enter an area. Although we probably want to save it for... what's it called? Divine Intervention right now, since we're super unsure of how this is going to work. Looking okay so far, though. Gonna get to 4 points. Is it 4? Yeah, it's 4 for this. Though... on entrance, learn... on prayer... and necromancy might be the way to go for right now. Could be necromancy, grave chant, and then probably necrokinesis. Yeah. Ooh, although that would leave me with nothing to deal with the inflexibility that we're gonna get. Unless... that does give me resist per flexibility. Or inflexibility, rather. Could go with technique. Only works against adjacent. There was a lightning one that did something for this. Ah, yeah, there it is. Electromancy on prayer or step. Charges removed on standstill, though. Let's see. Astro hunting on standstill, teleport to the closest enemy. Definitely not what we want. And that adds inflexibility. Okay, so it'd have to be one of those two. Probably technique would be better. Yeah. So I may actually take a level of technique. I think I'll have to take 2 to cancel that out. Which means... oh, weird. Oh, okay, because I only have 3 points. Which means... probably only doing Grave Chant and Necromancy? Oh, the Necrokinesis, death damage to the closest enemy would be really good. I think Necromancy is going to provide more damage, though. Yeah. Well, it's only 5 times skill level instead of 35 times skill level. But that's fine. It's going to be much more frequent. Yeah. So let's get this. There we go. Strength. Fire staff. Probably not something... Let's see. Oh, on standstill, deal fire damage to 5 enemies at any range. Perfect. Wield an offhand. Although, should that be our main hand? Yeah, it's got 5 range. Swap hands. There we go. We don't need to do astral damage with our main attacks. Alright, that's gonna help our healing quite a bit. Oh, hey, look at that. On step, remove Scorch, Corrosion, Doom. Those aren't too shabby. Adjacent attack, deal blunt damage. On dealing slashing, deal blood. Yeah, we'll go get this. Some good early pants. So we need 4 points for the next one. I think our healing is going to be fine. There's the Emerald Skirt. Let's put that on. Ooh, 7 encumbrance. We need more strength. We need 4 more strength to handle that. On dealing poison, deal death. Initial attack, perform an extra. This is attack per point of inflexibility. Dealing slash. Apply corrosion. Dealing astral or fire, apply blind. That's not bad either. Fire scythe. Yeah, let's do the tower. Oh. This could turn out bad. Nope, it was fine. Stepped into an area with a whole bunch of enemies. I think like half the enemies were in there. But it turned out just fine. Alright. This means we're going to start taking damage on game turn. Yeah. But every time we kill now, a non-cadaver will summon a cadaver. Of course, our willpower is way too low for that to be useful right now, but it's fine. Oh, we can attack that guy. Now that we have some range, we don't always have to stand still. Ooh, a violent ant is astral. And black ant is poison. Something hit me. Oh, it was the turn. Nice. Bye-bye, dragon. Little bit of damage taken. Only healed for a small amount. First flesh healed us. Okay, yeah. On enemy death, heal yourself. Yeah. The golden litter is raised. Shimmering light. Strange heat. This charges when we enter an area. Okay. More strength. That'll let us put on that gear that we were waiting to use. Good job, guys. Killing those off. Okay. We can use this now. This is 1 encumbrance and 1 encumbrance, so we can switch to this as well. That's going to let us put blinds out there. We're not going to use that sword or this dagger. Yeah, I'm not going to use any of those. Alright. On step per enemy. 10 damage hit against 1 adjacent enemy. On standstill, blunt damage to all units in a 4-tile range. Apply poise. Removed on step. There's Toshi. Toshi is so crazy good. And the Emerald Curious. Ooh. Alright. Yeah, let's go there. Had to stand still. We are gonna need a little more strength, but let's get willpower for right now. Get some more summons on the field. And maybe get our healing boosted a bit. Yeah, it should be fine. Worked. Willpower. And yeah, we're gonna wait on that last ability slot. So let's get... Oh, range is skill level. Interesting. Death damage to all units in skill level range. Ooh, that could get real nasty real fast. Enemy death, we heal. Damage to adjacent enemies. Pyromancy, more damage when we stand still or pray. And more scorch when we deal fire damage. And the amount of scorch is increase our fire damage. Yeah, let's get some fire healing. We'll do 2 levels of this. So we need 5 more points. And we do 1 Cursed Flesh and 1 Necromancy. Yeah. Yeah, Cursed Flesh and a Necromancy. Oh, that was easy. So that is 1 encumbrance. That's 1 encumbrance. Let's switch that out. So the Toshi, on standstill, apply 5 sickness to 1 enemy at any range. Deal poison damage to all enemies with sickness. And damage is equal to 10 times target sickness stacks. And sickness is -10 hit and 5 poison damage dealt on game turn per stack. Yeah, it's going to stack up real fast. And then this is 9 encumbrance and an inflexibility if we wanted to wear it. Oof. Alright, yeah, let's start getting some more strength then. Deal blunt damage on step. We're using chest armor. Dealing astral or psychic. We're not. Two-handing, a hit against adjacent. On dealing blood, deal death. Dealing ice, deal fire. On block, apply to poise, which is removed on step. Freeze, deal ice. Prayer, summon on kill. Or summon, deal poison damage. Game turn. Summon a Jade Soldier. Those could be really handy. Dealing blood or physical, heal yourself. We're not doing either of those. On bleed, apply doom. Ice. We're gonna have to go into the crypt. That sucks. Good luck. He's almost dead. 604 health left. Oh, I have this. 10 speed, 100 hit. We're not going to get a charge right now. Maybe if somebody attacks like this vine. You only have a range of 2, so you wouldn't. Just keep standing still. It's fine. Come on, Ant. You can do it. Yeah. The nice thing is the ants are familiars. That helps a lot. Okay, standstill builds. Okay. With these, I need 1 more strength to wear. Rare summon serpents. Kill, do poison. Nah, skip the poison. On applying doom. Oh, extra stacks of doom. On dealing death, apply doom. Two-handing, physical death ignores resist. Interesting. On attack, scorch a target, summon Burning Blade. We're not attacking as much. On dealing death, deal ice. Oh, there's the healing helmet. And on dealing poison, deal blood. Being dealt damage, apply corrosion. The Rat Banner, ooh, Rat Banner is really good too. For this setup. On dealing slash, deal astral. On dealing death, deal astral. On dealing blunt, deal psychic. Stand still, add repulsion. Perform a hit against one enemy at any range. Oh, that's kind of nice. But no, we want that healing helmet. That's going to be critical for us, I think. Then we need to look for the healing staff at some point. There's our point of strength that we need. That means we can put on these. That gives us a Jade Soldier every turn. And keeping well healed. That's positive. Let's get more willpower. I guess since we have Toshi, we could go with Poison Skin as well. On dealing poison damage, heal yourself. Being attacked, apply sickness. That could work. Oh, Burning Ooze actually would have been an interesting synergy there too. But no, we're fine. Now we'll see. Still probably going to be taking Technique. But we still need to get points in here. Yeah, we're gonna put one into Cursed Flesh. Get more healing when enemies die. Okay, can we wear this now? 6 encumbrance. I guess we're not using Toshi anymore. Yeah, right. Oh, I need 5 more strength. Well then, that's gonna be a little bit. Let's see here. On attack, ice damage, bare fists, psychic to blood. Standstill teleports, inflame, 2-handing per empty armor, dealing physical, apply sickness, gain armor equal to total stacks, adjacent attack psychic, unblock, deal slash. We'll go here, just for the XP. I guess I should probably just be standing still. Alright, we needed more strength. Just moving around a bit. How are we getting Doom on us? Iliad applies 5 Doom to you. Death Curse. The Heliot? Yeah. Death Curse. On death, this unit applies 5 Doom to its killer. Oh, okay. We are actually killing. Good to know. Don't think any of those were things we were going to wear. The shield, maybe, but we don't have the strength right now. Yeah, we aren't stacking effects. We're still waiting for this. So we need to be at 17 strength to wear that helmet. On dealing physical, apply Doom. On standstill, poison. On dealing poison, deal death. Attack, deal fire and pierce. Dealing physical, apply freeze. Standstill, meditate and astral damage. On attack or standstill, perform damage with... Okay. Let's just go here for the XP. More strength. These guys are beefy. Luckily, our healing kept up. Do we want to... I think I want to level up Grave Chant again. Give it extra range. Oh, no. To get us to getting our prestige, we're going to level up Necromancy. So 1 more point. I guess we could level up Pyromancy as well. Pyromancy might be better. On dealing fire damage, apply Scorch. Yeah, so that's not just prayer. Yeah, Pyromancy might be the way to go then, rather than Necromancy. Yeah. More strength. And let's level up Pyromancy. And that gives us access to Topheth. On ally attack, or an ally being attacked, perform a 500 damage hit against that ally. On ally death, deal death damage to all enemies. Deal fire damage to yourself. Alright, let's see if we can survive this. Do we have sufficient healing? My guess is no. Okay. We're all right so far. Wait, I applied Scorch to myself. Oh, I applied Scorch to myself. Oh no. I may actually need Master Scorch. Because I'm inflicting fire damage on myself. And that's applying Scorch through here. Ooh. Interesting. Unlike the other ones, it doesn't give Scorch an extra effect. Just makes me immune to it. Huh, okay. Leveled up piracy. No, pyromancy. You know, when you romance pie. Everyone loves a circle. Alright. Stand still. Yeah, this is gonna get sketchy real fast, I think. The amount of Scorch we're gonna stack up. We need a way to either clear Scorch or be immune to it. We're not going to do anything with either of those. Three away from getting our last prayer. Okay. On adjacent block, extra attack. On shrug off, apply Scorch. Deal fire damage to yourself. On prayer, heal yourself. Extra stacks of charge. The tower. Dealing pierce. Deal lightning. On step, deal lightning. Per point of inflexibility. Extra stacks of freeze and meditate. Dealing physical, apply poise. On standstill, deal death. On heal, deal death. Based on number of allies. Ooh. Could be interesting. Yeah, we'll go to the tower. One more point of strength needed. A whole lot of fire going out. Oh, right. We're not hurting our allies because we went summoner. Allies become immune to damage dealt by you. Right. Okay, so we're not hurting them. That's good. That'll save us actually a lot of extra damage. We're only worrying about when enemies kill our allies. Right. And then we do a bunch of damage. Oof. These enemies are always rough. Probably not going to get any charges in here, but let's get some more ants out here. There we go. There's that other point of strength we needed. Oh, am I going to have to take Master Scorch? I'd rather not. We could probably find a piece of gear that will eliminate Scorch for us. Just don't know if I want to use it yet. For now, I may just take more healing. Yeah, let's bump fire healing one more time. Hopefully that's going to be enough. Oof. Ouch. 220 damage from Scorch. Ugh. Yeah, and then another 220 again. Woman can't be in charge. Everything would go to heck. What? What are you talking about, Pat? That is absolutely not true. Wrong stream. Oh, I see. I see. So that's the kind of person you really are. I'm telling Trisha. Watching Shen play Vic 3. Nice. Shen's great. Was being sarcastic? Yeah, I figured so. Didn't do nothing? Uh-huh, sure. Why do I not believe you? Coming in here, suddenly denying stuff. Oh no! Well, at least Katie didn't tag Trisha. You're right, Trisha in charge would be bring many tears. What? Why is that? What a wonderful idea, Lang. Oh no, Pat. I think I've ruined everything for you. Fires everyone? Not everyone. Only the people that need to be fired. You'd be hiding now. You have nothing to hide from. Alright, we can wear this helmet finally and start getting some healing in every turn. Whew, okay. Hopefully that helps. And that is almost certainly going to be our helmet for the entire game. So let's start sacrificing into it. There we go. So we got 885 on our health now. We can have some more healing. Katie knows this was all Lang's doing. What? What are you talking about? That hurts. Hey, we have our third prayer. When an ant kills a unit. Excellent. You can agree to that? Let's blame it on Lang. Wow! But there's proof that it was actually Tricady. And Pat. They've all brought this on themselves. The Tethic Knight gestures at you. Oh, friendly teeth, beloved consumption. No thank you? Don't need proof for this one. Where we're going, we don't need proof. Okay, yeah, this is gonna kill me if I let it keep stacking up like this. That's not good. And we're a long ways off from having the 5 points we need for Master Scorch. Well, that might be the end of this run. I may have taken that too soon. Let's get some willpower to hopefully purge... Nope, we died. Yep, saw that coming. Hope for your sake, Trisha's still working, Lang. Luckily, the VOD is there, and Trisha can just check the audio and see what actually happened. Spicy death. Struggler of rising heat, seeker of the vile arts, thy death passes to legend on the glimmering path. Alright, I think that build can work, but yeah, we need to be able to deal with Scorch, or we need to not take Pyromancy. Is it Pyromancy or Pyrokinesis? Whichever one it was. We're applying a lot of blind to enemies, though. I think that was helping a lot. Trisha knows you edit the VOD in your favor. Like I know how to edit videos. Yeah, I think if we go that route, we have to not take Pyromancy. That does mean a lot less fire damage going out then. So we would need another way of generating fire damage so that we can get our heals. Oh, there's not really a way. Yeah, so we're gonna have to take Master Scorch. Unless before we choose our prestige class, if we can find gear that lets us eliminate Scorch, we don't need to take Master Scorch. But so our last 5 points would need to go into Master Scorch. Basically, we hit 20 points, we save up 5, and if we haven't found gear to eliminate Scorch by that point, we take Master Scorch. Yeah, I think that's going to be the way to go. But we're already an hour over end time, and I have tabletop tonight. So I need to get ready for that. Alright, so let's get back out here and find someone to raid. Tabletop, yeah. We're playing Deadlands. And we're about to go remove a mayor from his lackeys from their position of power because they're turning people into fuel for vehicles. Give us a synopsis of it next stream. All right, can do that. I mean, this is pretty far into the campaign, but yeah, we can talk about it then. Let's find someone to raid, though. Over here on Twitch. Alright, nobody else is in this category, so... Oh, hey, Alistair's on, and we haven't visited Alistair in a really long time. So let's do that. They're playing Timberborn, so we'll go say hi to them. Recycle and reduce, reuse. You love that mare? And two of the other players have problems with the head guard because they're both like very into their vehicles, and the guard insulted their vehicles. So they're after that guy. So they came along for that reason. And then the other guy is kind of opposed to it and is kind of coming along to try to prevent this from being a total massacre. There's our raid message for when we go visit Alistair. Get that copied. Thank you guys for hanging out, for lurking, for participating. All of it. Greatly appreciated. We'll be on Friday with some Last Epoch at 11 a.m. Central US Time, 1600 UTC. Thanks again, and I'll see ya. Yeah, it's post-apocalypse.